Chapter 1471. Luo Luo. Use your charm to control the Boulder General. Yi Xian instructed Luo Luo in his mind. Luo Luo immediately understood. Yi Xian wanted to weaken the Boulder General's soul before controlling him. The Boulder General's attack was considered the weakest among all the people present. However, his defense was strong and he was very difficult to deal with. Controlling him was not a bad idea. Charm. I have soul. Luo Luo, who had grown 9 tails, had a strong charm. Yi Xian's Eye of Soul was at the Immortal Eye level. The effect of his soul attack was very obvious. After a few glances, the Boulder General's soul was injured. His movements slowed down. Damn brat. The monolith cursed and suddenly slammed his fist into the ground. Stone walls immediately rose around him, protecting him from all directions. He didn't use all his strength to defend. Instead, he used the stone walls to block the opponent's soul attack. However, at this moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a round ball was thrown at him. The Boulder General was about to explode it with a punch. However, his body trembled violently in the next moment. This round ball was actually a head. Furthermore, it was his son's head. I'm going to kill you all. The Boulder General reacted quickly. Yi Xian had probably killed everyone in his cave abode. At this moment, the furious him directly removed all of his defenses and fiercely charged towards Yi Xian. This method not only enraged the Boulder General, but also made him reveal his weakness. It could even destabilize his soul. Although it was a little sinister, in this world where the strong were respected, who didn't have thousands of lives under their hands. Killing people was something they were used to. Charm. I have soul. While the Boulder General was in a frenzy, Yi Xian and Luo Luo worked together again. This time, the effect was more obvious than before. Luo Luo, now is the time. Yi Xian shouted angrily in his mind. Hearing this, Luo Luo immediately understood and condensed an Eye of Charm. The Eye of Charm stared at the Boulder General. No. Although Great General Boulder was at the 9th level profound life stage and had lived for several thousand years, his soul was affected by various kinds of things. Now that he faced the bewitching eyes, he was only able to resist for a moment before he was successfully bewitched by Luo Luo. Good, well done. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. After praising her, he asked, Luo Luo, can you charm another one? These people are all old monsters who have lived for thousands of years. I might be able to charm one, but 2 is going to be a problem. Luo Luo shook her head. If that's the case, then use the power of 10,000 mammoths on the Monolith General and kill the Flaming Sun General. Yi Xian said, the Eye of Charm, in addition to being able to charm others, could also enhance the power of all creations. The Monolith General's speed had increased significantly after receiving the blessing of the power of 10,000 mammoths. His combat prowess had even surpassed the Flaming Sun General. The Monolith General tossed the yin and yang ring to Yi Xian and pounced towards the Flaming Sun General like a ferocious tiger. What? General Boulder was bewitched. The Flaming Sun General and the White Shark King were shocked. The Monolith General's strength was second only to the Flaming Sun General. How could he be bewitched by a little girl at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm? This was impossible. However, the Monolith General's betrayal was real. Yi Xian and the other 3 followed closely behind the Monolith General and charged towards the Flaming Sun General. Damn it! When this is over, I'll definitely kill you all. The White Shark King roared angrily in his mind. He had originally come to capture the 8th level Profound Life Realm Trial Team Captain, but he didn't expect the other party to break through to the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. This meant that he could leave as long as he captured the Trial Team Captain. Just now, the 3 leaders had come to an agreement. Whoever caught the leader of the trial team first would get the spot. Therefore, the White Shark King didn't have the time to care about Yi Xian. Flaming Sun, kill them. The White Shark King roared angrily. Yes, the Flaming Sun General responded. Right now, he didn't care that the Monolith General was once on their side. He directly used his killing move. The White Shark King had promised that as long as he left the Heaven Peak prison, he would be the next leader. Flaming Sun Explosion. The Flaming Sun General directly used his ultimate move. A meteor-like fireball smashed towards Yi Xian and the others. Killing Intent Explosion. Flaming Sky Sword Art. 100-layered Demon Fox Avatar. Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame. Yi Xian and the other two attacked together. Before this, Wei Zhentian first went up and used his body to block a portion of the damage. Then, he used the Flaming Sky Sword Art and the Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame. However, the power of this Flaming Sun Explosion was not to be underestimated. All of the attacks were dispersed. The Flaming Sun General was actually at the middle 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. His strength was second only to the White Shark King. His full strength attack was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Fortunately, the old tree had a countermeasure skill. Blazing Fire Dome. Just as the meteor-like fireball was about to hit Yi Xian and the others, the old tree flashed to the center with a remnant flame and activated the Blazing Fire Dome, completely absorbing the attack. The strength of the Blazing Fire Dome increased explosively. Of course, if the Blazing Fire Dome could not withstand the attack, there was still the Boulder General, a defensive powerhouse. Yi Xian and the others would be fine. How is this possible? The Flaming Sun General was shocked as he watched his fireball being absorbed by the old tree. While he was surprised, the old tree flashed behind the Flaming Sun General with another remnant flame. Flaming Sun General, you're finished. The old tree's aged voice entered the Flaming Sun General's ears. Blazing Fire Dome explode. Boom! The power of this attack was not any weaker than the Flaming Sun General's Flaming Sun Explosion. Because the Flaming Sun General had used a powerful attack, he could not connect his true energy. The powerful impact caused him to vomit blood and feel dizzy. He flew toward Yi Xian and the others. This was a good opportunity. Kill! Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he attacked again. The 9th level Profound Life Stage Boulder General also unleashed his strongest attack. Sky-shattering Vajra Shatter. Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian also attacked. 9 Flash of Reincarnation, 6th Flash. Facing these attacks, the Flaming Sun General was in despair. In just an instant, he smelled the scent of death. Who were these people? A dignified 9th layer Profound Life Stage expert had actually been insta-killed. Even after death, he would not be able to show his face. But this was reality. Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the air. The Flaming Sun General's body was shattered by the Boulder General's sky-shattering Golden Shatter. The wild power tore his body apart, sending flesh and blood flying. The Flaming Sun General was dead. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. A system notification rang. At this time, Yi Xian had already rushed over and collected the universe ring of the Flaming Sun General. Chapter 1472. Although the Boulder General wasn't dead, he had been bewitched by Luo Luo. With a single thought from Luo Luo, the Boulder General would commit suicide. However, the Boulder General was still useful, so Yi Xian wouldn't let him commit suicide. As the strongest subordinate of the White Shark King, the Flaming Sun General had the most benefits. In addition, he cultivated a fire attribute ability, so there were many fire attribute treasures in his ring. Ding! The Ash Spirit has broken through. Now, at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm, another system notification sounded. The old tree had broken through. Now it was time for the old tree to show off. Ha ha ha! This old man will kill all of you. The old tree laughed loudly. He used residual flames to flash behind a 9th level Profound Life Realm warrior and attacked. Bang! This person couldn't react in time and was sent flying. His injuries were so deep that his bones could be seen, but they were quickly healed by the Profound Life Chi. Bastard, you're courting death. This person cursed angrily. He was the Black Venom King's subordinate, the Bloodthirsty General. Although he wasn't the strongest, he wasn't easy to deal with. Unfortunately, the old tree was currently at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. Residual flames. The old tree kept flashing from a different angle every time, giving the Bloodthirsty General a headache. At the same time, Yi Xian, the Boulder General, and the others arrived and attacked the bloodthirsty general. Originally, there were 10 people attacking the trial team leader, 3 leaders, and 6 generals. Now, the Boulder General had changed sides, and the Flaming Sun General had died, so there were only 4 generals left. Yixian's plan was to get rid of these 4 generals first. Maybe Wei Jintian could break through to the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. At that time, he could kill these people with a Blade Storm. The White Shark King, the Black Venom King, and the Golden Brilliance King would all have to kneel on the ground. The 3 leaders didn't know where Yixian came from. It was rare for him to have the strength to kill a 9th level Profound Life Realm warrior. They glanced at each other and increased their attacks. They knew that if this continued, there would be an unforeseen event. At this moment, not far away, Sky-Shattering Vajra Shatter, Sky-Burning Sword Art, Reincarnation 9 Flash, Residual Flame. Under the siege of Yixian and the others, the bloodthirsty general was instantly defeated and killed in less than 3 seconds. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. This meant that there were only 3 generals left. Damn! Bloodthirsty was killed. The Black Venom King's expression changed greatly, and he immediately bellowed, "The 3 of us will suppress him. You guys go and kill those people." He only had 1 general left. As for the other 2 generals, they belonged to King Jinwang. The 2 of them looked at King Jinwang. When they saw King Jinwang nod, they immediately turned around. Next, Yixian would have to face 3 great generals at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. All of them were super experts who had lived for thousands of years. They would not be easy to deal with. General Monolith will deal with 1, Old Tree will deal with 1, and Megatron will deal with 1 with us. Wait for my order, then attack together. Yixian immediately assigned the tasks. General Monolith was at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, so it would not be a problem for him to deal with 1 of them. Although Old Tree was 1 level lower, he was immortal. With Residual Flame, it would not be a problem for him to fight 1 of them alone. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to kill his opponent. Megatron was at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. With Luo, who was at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm, and Yixian, who was at the 6th level of the Profound Life Realm, it would not be a problem for them to fight 1 of the generals alone. The battlefield was instantly divided into 2. Go! Under Yixian's low shout, everyone went forward to welcome him. The White Bone General under the Black Venom King, and the 2 generals under King Jinwang, with a Flood Dragon General and a Frenzied Blade General. Among them, the Flood Dragon General was from the Demon Clan. He was a Flood Dragon and was the strongest under King Jinwang. At the same time, he was also the opponent of Yixian and the others. The Flood Dragon General was the strongest of the 3 generals, and Yixian and the others were under great pressure to face him. However, in order to achieve a certain plan, Yixian had to do this. "Brat, watch me smash you into minced meat." The Flood Dragon General, who looked like a burly middle-aged man, shouted angrily and threw a punch. Dod! Yixian instantly used the Shadow Step to escape and counterattacked at the same time. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky-Burning Sword Technique. At the same time, Megatron General and Luo attacked from both sides of the Flood Dragon General. Flood Dragon's Roar. The Flood Dragon General snorted and suddenly opened his mouth. A sound wave attack instantly spread out and sent Megatron and Luo flying. If it was an ordinary 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, Yixian would be able to fight 1-on-1. However, these people were all experienced experts and could fight 2 or 3 experts at the same level. Therefore, they were very difficult to deal with. However, Yixian did not want to kill the Flood Dragon General. His target was another person, the Frenzied Blade General. The Frenzied Blade General's opponent was the Boulder General's opponent. The Boulder General could not retaliate against the Boulder General. Yixian used the Eye of Revelation to attack the Flood Dragon General while observing the Frenzied Blade General. He also gave instructions to the Old Tree and the others in his mind. Rumble. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle was also very intense. Although there were 6 less people, the the pressure on the trial team captain did not decrease. Previously, the White Shark King and the others were afraid that they would accidentally kill the trial team captain, so they held back. However, now that there were only 3 of them left, they immediately increased their attacks. However, although the White Shark King, the Golden Brilliance King, and the Black Venom King seemed to be on the same side, they were actually trying to trip each other up. In a sense, they were not on the same side. They had an agreement. Whoever captured the trial team captain first would get the chance to leave. Therefore, they would not be able to finish this quickly. However, on the other side, there might be some unforeseen events. It's about time. Xian, who was attacking the Flood Dragon General, had a flash of light in his eyes. The battle on this side was within the range of his perception. He also gave instructions to the old tree and the others through voice transmission. At the same time, he set up a trap. At this moment, "Kid, die for me. Flood Dragon Nail." The Flood Dragon General suddenly opened his mouth and a fong shot out from his mouth. It was so fast that it could almost instantly pierce through Xian's head. "It's finally here." Xian swept his gaze and found that the frenzied Blade General had already stepped into his trap. "Eye of the Void. Trap open. Shio." The Flood Dragon Nail flew into the gate of the void and then shot out from the other side, accurately nailing a person's back. The Flood Dragon General's true form was called the Poison Wind Flood Dragon. Its fangs were highly poisonous. The person who was hit by the Flood Dragon Nail was the frenzied Blade General on the Flood Dragon General's side. Xian had been constantly commanding the battle just now, and now he had finally succeeded. Chapter 1473. How is this possible? The Flood Dragon General was shocked. He did not expect that his attack would not only fail to kill Xian, but also accidentally injure his own comrade. How is this possible? The Frenzied Sword General did not understand why the Flood Dragon General would attack him, but he did not have time to think. The poison spread in an instant. The Frenzied Sword General felt that his body was paralyzed. Both his true chi and speed had decreased by at least 30%. He hurriedly activated his true chi and mysterious life, chi, to remove the poison. However, at this moment, focus fire, Frenzied Sword General. Xian immediately gave an important order to everyone. In an instant, the Old Tree General who was fighting the White Bone General flashed continuously and appeared behind the Frenzied Sword General. Not only that, Wei Zhentian and Luo were also instantly put into the plant dimension by Xian and then summoned again. After being summoned, they landed near the Frenzied Sword General. Reincarnation Flash, 6th Flash. Luo had been accumulating the speed of the 5th Flash. Now, she finally unleashed it. Bang! Hiss! The Flood Dragon General and the White Bone General looked over and saw that the Frenzied Sword General's body had been penetrated and his head had been sent flying. Clearly, he was not going to survive. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. Now, there are only 2 generals left. It was 3 against 3. Xian had used the Eyes of the Void to set a trap and killed one of them instantly. This method had already shocked the White Bone General and the Flood Dragon General. Originally, the 3 of them could still be tied. However, with the death of the Frenzied Sword General, it had become 3 against 2. This was not right. The Flood Dragon General knew that he could not hide anymore. With a dragon roar, he transformed into his original form, the venomous Blood Flood Dragon. Has he finally transformed? Xian could not help but shudder when he heard the dragon roar. He quickly passed through the Void Gate and arrived beside the Frenzied Sword General's corpse. He then took the interspatial ring. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now at LV8 Profound Life Realm. The system notification sound boosted Xian's morale. So what if he transformed into his original form? Wei Zhentian, Storm of Swords, kill him. Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. As for Xian and the others, they would deal with the Skeletal General. He estimated that it would take at most 3 seconds for the Skeletal General to be defeated and killed. If it wasn't for the fact that the White Skeleton General had a decent defense, it probably wouldn't have lasted more than 3 seconds. On the other side, When the White Shark King and the others heard the dragon's roar, they couldn't help but glance over from the corner of their eyes. The frenzied sword general was dead, and the Flood Dragon General was beaten into his original form. What was going on? The Flood Dragon General was the fourth person in the Heavenly Peak prison. Although he had not reached the peak of 9th level Profound Life Realm, he was able to fight against King Jin Wang in his original form. He was King Jin Wang's confidant and good brother. Both of them were captured at the same time. Otherwise, Heaven Peak Prison would have been divided into 4 parts. Now that he had transformed into his original form, it was enough to show that Yi Xian and the others were not ordinary people. The Flood Dragon General was actually King Jin Huang's trump card. Other than King Jin Huang, no one knew that the Flood Dragon General was from the Demon Clan. King Jin Huang originally wanted to let the Flood Dragon General fight at the critical moment, but he didn't expect to be exposed in advance. And the ones who made the Flood Dragon General transform into his original form were the juniors. The Flood Dragon General was challenged. "I'm going to kill all of you." The Flood Dragon General transformed into a purplish-black, poisonous Flood Dragon. He spoke human language and rushed toward Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. He immediately controlled the thousands of blood swords to meet him. "Get lost!" The Flood Dragon General's body flashed, and he whipped his tail. Many of the blood swords were instantly shattered. However, with the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the blood swords quickly recovered and continued to fight. In fact, the Flood Dragon General had fallen into Wei Zhentian's trap. After transforming into his original form, the Flood Dragon General's body was hundreds of meters long. He was a huge target. Wei Zhentian's blood swords were scattered all over the place as he continued to stab the poison-blooded Flood Dragon. Although the Flood Dragon General's defense was unparalleled after transforming into his original form, Wei Zhentian still had his luck attribute, which allowed him to trigger the critical hit effect and one-hit kill. It would be fine if it was a critical hit, but if it was a one-hit kill, the venomous Blood Flood Dragon would die instantly instead of being pierced through. Previously, when Wei Zhentian was fighting with the Frost General, the critical hit effect triggered by his blood swords only broke through the Frost General's defense. Then, the blood swords pierced through the Frost General's head. Now, the Flood Dragon General who had transformed into his original form couldn't use his true chi. Once the critical hit effect was triggered, the Flood Dragon General would instantly die. This was the power of the critical hit effect. On the other side, Yi Xian, Old Tree, the Rock General, Luo, and the others besieged the Whitebone General. The latter had already used his strongest defense, but it was still broken through by everyone's attacks. "Leader, save me." The Whitebone General's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted. The leader he was referring to was the Black Venom King. However, the Black Venom King was currently besieging the trial team leader and didn't have the time to help him. Ding! The host killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, the White Skeleton General was also killed. Then, there was only one general left. Yi Xian quickly kept the Whitebone General's remains and devoured them. Although he didn't manage to break through, he was close. As long as he killed the Flood Dragon General, he might be able to break through to the 7th level Profound Life Realm. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to deal with these people. "Flood Dragon General, die!" Yi Xian shouted angrily and rushed over. In fact, the Flood Dragon General was already having a hard time dealing with the Sword Blade Storm. Now that Yi Xian and the others joined in, he had no chance of winning at all. In the distance, King Jin Huang couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. Although it was important to leave the Heavenly Peak prison, the Flood Dragon General had been with him for so long. He was his sworn brother. How could he leave him in the lurch? "I give up," King Jin Huang shouted and made his decision. He then turned around and rushed toward the Flood Dragon General. King Jin Huang is at the peak of the 9th level Profound Life Realm. His strength is too terrifying. I have to kill the Flood Dragon General before he arrives. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the Death Hunt command to mark the Flood Dragon General. Then he instantly kept the Old Tree and Luo into the planning space. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian crossed the distance and arrived behind the Flood Dragon General. In the next moment, the old tree and Luo appeared again. The Eye of Assassination had been upgraded once. After using it, the power of the first attack would increase by 30%. In addition, the immortal Ichilan bloodline also had the Chilan deterrent skill. If the demon race was in human form, the Chilan deterrent skill would not be effective. However, if the Flood Dragon General was in his original form, then it would be effective. Chapter 1474. 100 Years of Life. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. This time, Yi Xian did not hesitate to burn 100 years of his life. His attack was extremely powerful. Swoosh! The flaming sword chi slashed down fiercely and instantly broke through the venomous blood dragon's tough defense. Then it slashed down without any resistance. Rip! The venomous blood dragon's head was directly chopped off. Instant kill. This scene shocked everyone. Even the White Shark King and the Black Venom King were the same. How could this attack be so powerful? Even if it were them, it would take a lot of effort to kill the venomous blood dragon. However, Yi Xian did it just like that. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. The system notification sounded and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. King Jin Wang stopped in his tracks. He could not believe that his brother who had followed him for thousands of years was dead. He was furious. Wah! Human, I will kill you. King Jin Wang roared to the sky. In the next moment, his body suddenly enlarged and released a dazzling pillar of light. In the blink of an eye, King Jin Wang had enlarged hundreds of times and turned into a golden giant. Demon Clan. King Jin Wang was not a human, but a golden giant. King Jin Wang, who was at the peak of 9th tier Profound Life Realm, was not weak. Now that he had transformed into his original form, his defense was even stronger than the venomous blood dragon. He could be said to be invincible under the Profound Death Realm. Oh my god, I was scared to death. Yi Xian shuddered. He could feel that King Jin Huang was much stronger than the venomous blood dragon general. After all, he had been stuck at the peak of 9th tier Profound Life Realm for thousands of years. Now this is troublesome. Fortunately, King Jin Wang was from the Demon Clan. After transforming into his original form, Unicorn's deterrence was effective against him. Wei Zhenqian, kill him. Yi Xian shouted in his heart. There is still some time left for the Sword Blade Storm. This battle was not impossible. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly put away the venomous blood dragon's corpse and devoured the items in the interspatial ring. The Flood Dragon General was a good friend of the king of Jin Wang. He was much wealthier than the Flaming Sun General. After swallowing the mysterious life pill, Yi Xian finally heard a system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. He had broken through to the 7th level of the Profound Life Realm. Right now, Yi Xian was an invincible existence under the Profound Life stage. Come on! Yi Xian's fighting spirit surged as the Scarlet Flame, sword in his hand, ignited. 100 years of life. Killing intent explosion. Burning heaven sword art. A fierce flaming sword chi tore through the air. After transforming into his original form, King Jinhuang's defense had reached its peak. Even White Shark King and Black Venom King would not be able to break through it so easily. King Jinhuang was very confident in his defense. Furthermore, Yi Xian had killed the Flood Dragon General. He could not wait to swallow Yi Xian alive. Thus, he would not dodge this attack. Instead, he directly extended his hand to block it. But in the next moment, he was shocked. Bang! The flaming sword chi directly pierced through King Jinhuang's palm. Then, it passed through his palm and blasted into King Jinhuang's chest. King Jinhuang suffered a heavy blow. His body trembled violently, and he almost fell to the ground. He was extremely shocked. He did not expect this attack to be so powerful that it could pierce through his hand. Of course, he did not know that Yi Xian had the Unicorn Deterrent skill. When the attack hit him, the power of this attack was doubled. However, since the attack could hurt him, it was a threat to him. This kid is only at the 7th level of the profound life realm. How can he hurt me? This is impossible. King Jinwang could not believe it. While he was in shock, the profound life qi in his body had already healed his wound. However, due to the large size of the wound, it consumed a lot of profound life qi. This scene was seen through by Yixian. I see. Even if you can still use profound life qi after transforming into your original form, the more serious the injury, the more profound life qi will be consumed. I would like to see how many times you can heal yourself. Yixian's eyes flickered as he continued to attack. At the 7th level of the profound life realm, he could use the Eye of Revelation to see through the golden giant's body. There was a golden core in the latter's body. This must be the golden giant's weak point. This golden core happened to be at the golden giant's heart. Therefore, Yixian's attacks were all aimed at the golden giant's heart. At the same time, Wei Zhentian's storm of swords attacked the golden giant's heart from the back. The golden giant was attacked from both sides. In the following attacks, Yixian did not burn his lifespan. Instead, he continuously used the heaven-burning sword skill to attack. After all, he had already found the golden giant's weakness and flaw. As long as he consumed a little of it, the golden giant would definitely die. Then, there was no need to burn his lifespan. Even so, he suppressed the golden giant and forced it to retreat. When the Black Venom King and the White Shark King saw this scene, they were so shocked that they were speechless. King Jinhuang's strength was probably enough to beat the two of them. However, he was suppressed by a kid and was very passive. How is this possible? This kid, where did he come from? The White Shark King was extremely shocked. However, at this moment, whoosh, 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 suddenly, a gust of wind appeared behind him. It scared him so much that he quickly released a burst of true qi. Unfortunately, he was still one step too slow. Bang! The old tree remnant flame came over and punched the White Shark King's back. Fortunately, the White Shark King liked to use water attribute supernatural powers. It could be considered as restraining fire, so his injuries were not serious. The two of you join forces to kill the White Shark King. Then, my young master will let you go. The old tree's voice fell into the ears of the trial team captain and the Black Venom King, causing them to be shocked. Because they were fighting too fiercely, those people were afraid of being affected, so they all ran far away. Therefore, they immediately reacted. The young master that the old tree mentioned was most likely that white-robed youth. However, they did not react. Why did Yixian only want to kill the White Shark King? I have no problem. The trial team captain nodded and agreed. There was not much mysterious death qi left in his body. If it was used up, then his attack power would be greatly reduced, so he naturally agreed. On the other side, the Black Venom King was already convinced after seeing Yixian's strength. He knew that he would not be able to capture the trial team captain this time. King Jinwang looked like he was about to fall. Once King Jinwang fell, Yixian would join the battle. At that time, he and the White Shark King would both die. Rather than that, he might as well agree. Are you serious? The Black Venom King could not help but ask. This is naturally true. However, there is a condition. I must be the one to deal the final blow. The old tree nodded. All right. The Black Venom King did not hesitate and directly agreed. In an instant, this battlefield became 3 against 1. The old tree, the Black Venom King, and the trial team captain besieged the White Shark King. Why? Why are you targeting me? Chapter 1475. The old tree did not answer this question because he did not know why Yixian wanted to kill the White Shark King and not the Black Venom King. In any case, the old tree would carry out Yixian's orders. The trial team captain, who was surrounded, suddenly relaxed a lot. He then joined forces with the old tree and the Black Venom King to attack the White Shark King. In the blink of an eye, the White Shark King was at a disadvantage. He still did not understand why he was being targeted. Xiao, the trial team captain, was very strong. He suddenly stabbed out a black sword ray and directly pierced through the White Shark King's abdomen. In an instant, the mysterious death qi spread out. Fortunately, the strength of the mysterious death qi was not as strong as the White Shark King's mysterious life qi. The wound quickly closed. But just as the wound was about to close, the old tree suddenly flashed in front of the White Shark King and then cut into the wound with his palm. The wound was suppressed. White Shark King died. The old tree's hand that reached into the White Shark King's body suddenly pulled back. Pong! The White Shark King's body made a muffled sound as a flame chain was pulled out by the old tree. This move was another of the old tree's skills, the Blazing Sun Rope. It bound the White Shark King's heart and burned it to ashes. The White Shark King's heart was burned to ashes. The mysterious life, Qi and true Qi in his body suddenly became leaderless and scattered between heaven and earth. The White Shark King was dead. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian, who was fighting the golden giant in the distance, suddenly heard the system notification and raised his eyebrows. But the mission was not over yet. Pong! The rock generals behind him suddenly used their true Qi to detonate their own hearts and died one after another. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Random mission completed. Host can choose any one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. Spirit of Ash's Remnant Flames skill has advanced. After advancing, the number of Remnant Flames clones will increase by 1. After using Remnant Flames for the first time, the attack power will increase by 30%. Reward 2. One-hit kill skill has advanced. After advancing, the activation rate of one-hit kill skill will increase. Reward 3. Shadow Steps has evolved once. After evolution, the speed of Shadow Steps will be increased. These 3 were the rewards for completing this random quest. Yi Xian did not expect the rewards to be so generous. He had really earned a lot. He could choose any one of the 3 rewards. However, was there need to consider this? Without hesitation, Yi Xian chose Reward 1 and Reward 2. Ding! Remnant Flame has successfully evolved. Ding! Instant Kill skill upgrade successful. With the advancement of his one-hit kill skill, the chance of triggering it had increased, and with the addition of his luck stat, he could sometimes surprise Yi Xian. As for the evolution of Remnant Flame, it was needless to say. With one more Remnant Flame doppelganger, he could create 2 doppelgangers at once. One of them could be used to confuse the enemy, which was extremely useful. Most importantly, Remnant Flame had the same effect as Assassin's Eye. His first attack would increase his attack power by 30%. This was very practical. Under normal circumstances, the old tree would use Remnant Flame to attack, which was equivalent to increasing his attack power by 30%. How could he not choose such a reward? After choosing the reward, the next step was to kill the golden giant. Yi Xian transmitted the good news to the old tree through telepathy. After the latter heard the good news, his eyes lit up. Wei Zhentian's blade storm had opened up a large hole in the golden giant's back. He used the blood sword to fill in the hole, preventing the golden giant from recovering. At that moment, the old tree continued to use Remnant Flame to drill into the hole. Since the golden giant was so big, the golden core in its body was much bigger than the old tree's. At that moment, the old tree had already drilled into the golden giant's body. However, he did not immediately find the golden core, as there were many forks in the path. He had to rely on Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation to find it. Not good. King Jin Wang felt an aura in his body and knew that this was bad. Fortunately, the structure of his body was more complicated. It would not be easy for the old tree to find the golden core. Yi Xian could use the Eye of Revelation to find it. But why go through so much trouble? Old tree, I'm not leaving. Burn, Yi Xian directly said from afar. Although the old tree's flames were not as strong as his, it was not a problem to melt the golden core. This time, King Jinwang panicked. At that moment, the Black Venom King and the trial team leader had already turned around and left, disappearing without a trace. Now, only Yi Xian and a few others were left. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. Yi Xian continued to attack. Since the mission was completed, there was no need for him to be anxious. If he continued to fight, the golden giant would be the one to die. Luo's transformation time had passed, so she hid in the plant space to cultivate. Soon, Wei Zhentian's blade storm time was up. However, just as it was about to disappear, it drilled into the golden giant's body. No, no. King Jinhuang's voice kept ringing. He did not expect things to turn out this way. Not only was the Flood Dragon General killed, but he was also going to die. Why? Who was Yi Xian? He could only ask the Grim Reaper these questions. Found it. Suddenly, a shout rang in Yi Xian's mind. It turned out that the old tree had found the golden core. The battle was finally coming to an end. No, no, I choose to surrender. King Jinhuang immediately said, Sorry, I don't need it now. Yi Xian shook his head and directly gave the order to the old tree. Bang! In the next moment, there was an explosion in the golden giant's body. The golden core was directly destroyed by the old tree. Ding! The killing intent value of the host has increased. King Jinhuang dead. In this battle, 2 of the 3 leaders of the Heavenly Peak Prison were killed, and all the generals were killed. At the same time, Yi Xian had grown a lot. Yi Xian quickly kept the golden giant's body in the interspatial ring. Young master, give me the golden giant's body. I can refine it. Old tree said. Yi Xian nodded and directly threw the body into the planting space. Unicorn could only use the body of a heaven-reaching beast, not the body of a monster. However, Old Tree could use all the corpses to increase his cultivation, including the golden giant. Although there were not many heavenly treasures of the fire attribute in the Heavenly Peak Prison, Old Tree could still refine corpses to increase his cultivation. Let's go after those 2. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Young master, didn't you say to let them go? Old Tree asked in surprise. In order to fulfill his promise to Mo Shui, Yi Xian chased after the Xianming duo demons all the way here. Was he going to break his promise now? Chapter 1476. That made sense. Both of them were at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm, and the Black Venom King was one of the 3 leaders. He had a lot of wealth. So how could Yi Xian let him go? Yi Xian and the Old Tree immediately split up and chased after the Black Venom King and the trial team leader. In less than half a minute, Yi Xian was the first to catch up to the Black Venom King. It's you. What do you want? The Black Venom King was immediately alarmed when he saw Yi Xian chasing after him. You can go, but leave the items behind. Yi Xian replied from afar. No, the Black Venom King subconsciously replied. Yi Xian's expression turned cold when he heard this reply. I gave you a way out. Since you don't want it, then, before he could finish speaking, the Black Venom King shuddered and immediately said, Fine, I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over. He threw an interspatial ring at Yi Xian. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to see that the Black Venom King had no more interspatial rings on him, so he gave up on the chase. If the Black Venom King didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. This way, the Old Tree would have 1 more corpse to refine. As one of the 3 leaders, the Black Venom King had a lot of wealth, but it could only increase his cultivation base. Neither of them had a breakthrough. Next up was the captain of the trial team. Young master, I've caught up. The Old Tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Next, Yi Xian broke through the void and arrived beside the Old Tree. With the special positioning ability of the void, he could instantly arrive beside the items he wanted. It was very convenient. What do you want? The trial team leader looked at Yi Xian with fear. I only want the interspatial ring. Yi Xian slowly said. The trial team leader thought that Yi Xian would go back on his words and attack him. He didn't expect that he only wanted the interspatial ring. Fortunately, he had hidden the item when he entered the Heavenly Peak Prison. I can give you the interspatial ring, but I want to leave the weapon behind. The trial team leader replied. Up to you. Yi Xian did not refuse. After all, it was just a weapon. What was the big deal? As soon as he caught the interspatial ring, he quickly checked its contents. As expected, there wasn't much. Fine, you can go. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. He was still planning to move the entire Heavenly Peak Prison there. After all, there were still many generals' residences that he hadn't plundered yet. Wait. At this moment, the trial team leader suddenly called out to Yi Xian. When Yi Xian heard this, he turned around and asked, Yes, your aptitude is not bad. If you want, I can bring you out of the Heaven Peak Prison, replied the leader of the trial team. He could be considered a person of status. If he wanted to, it shouldn't be a problem for him to take a few people away. Oh, when are you leaving? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he replied. My trial will last for a month. I can leave once I'm done, the trial team leader replied. 1 month is too long. Goodbye. Yi Xian shook his head and passed through the void door, disappearing in an instant. The trial team leader had only been here for a few days. If he made Yi Xian wait for so long, he might as well forget it. In half a month's time, Yi Xian might be able to break through to the profound death realm. After leaving, Yi Xian split his troops into 3 groups. He sent Wei Jintian and Old Tree to the residences of the generals. In the Heaven Peak prison, the 3 generals each had 4 generals under them. Now, the 4 generals under the White Shark King were dead. The Black Venom King and Jinhuang King each had 2 generals under them. In other words, there were still 4 generals alive. Even an expert like Jinhuang King had died at the hands of Yi Xian. The remaining 4 generals were simply too weak to withstand a single blow. This time, Yi Xian spent a total of 7 days to plunder. After 7 days, other than the Black Venom King and the trial team leader, there was no 3rd 9th stage Profound Life realm expert left in the Heaven Peak prison. Young Master, we caught a 7th stage Profound Life realm trial team member. At this moment, Old Tree suddenly said, there was a rule in the Heaven Peak prison. As long as you caught a trial team member of the same level, you could exchange for a spot to leave. Yi Xian was currently at the 7th stage Profound Life realm. Therefore, he could already leave. All right, let's go to the entrance and leave the Heaven Peak prison. Yi Xian nodded and directly rushed to the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. It just so happened that he was very close to the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. He only needed half a day to reach it. At the same time, he had a 7th stage Profound Life realm trial team member in his hands. Of course, this trial team member was already under his control. Someone actually managed to catch a trial team member. 7th stage Profound Life realm. His luck is pretty good. Looks like he can leave. What a joke. There were many prisoners waiting at the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. Just as Yi Xian approached, some people surrounded him with ill intentions. Wei Jintian, kill anyone who comes close. Yi Xian immediately gave Wei Jintian an order. Buzz. Wei Jintian, who was in his flying sword form, violently trembled to show that he understood. Yi Xian, who was at the 7th stage Profound Life realm, had become a thorn in many people's eyes. He carried the trial team member in his hand and rushed towards the entrance of the Heaven Peak prison. Kill. In the blink of an eye, several figures charged toward him. You're courting death. Yi Xian coldly snorted and raised his sword. A mere 7th stage Profound Life realm cultivator dared to find trouble with him. He was truly courting death. The news in the Heaven Peak prison spread quickly. Ever since the death of the 2 great leaders and various generals, the Heaven Peak prison had become a mess. The Black Venom King was afraid of Yi Xian, so he went into hiding. No one knew that Yi Xian was the super expert who killed King Jinhuang. There were more than 10 people who came to find trouble with him. However, under Wei Jintian's attack, these people's heads were quickly crushed. Then, they were thrown into the planting space by Yi Xian for the Old Tree to refine. This level of strength was enough to intimidate everyone. Is there anyone else? Yi Xian walked to the front of the city wall and shouted loudly. No one answered. Since no one came, Yi Xian directly turned around and used his 10,000 mammoth strength to push open the city wall door. Rumble! The door opened and a scorching aura burst out, causing the group of people to take a few steps back in fear. At the bottom of the city wall was a huge, flaming, 2-headed dog. However, it was too lazy to open its eyes at this moment because Yi Xian was only at the 7th stage Profound Life realm. Rumble! The other city wall door suddenly opened and a middle-aged man walked in. He was the guard of the Heaven Peak prison. You're quite lucky to have actually captured someone. The guard was a little surprised. He recognized the person in Yi Xian's hand. It was the trial team member who had entered the Heaven Peak prison. Yi Xian grabbed him and walked over. At the same time, he said, Can I leave now? Yes. The Peak 9th stage Profound Life realm guard nodded. Chapter 1477. However, The second method was impossible. This was because the Heaven Peak prison had a special formation that no one knew about. The people inside were unable to condense profound death energy, which meant that they were unable to break through to the profound death realm. This was why King Jin Wang, White Shark King, and Black Venom King were stuck at the peak of the profound life realm, unable to break through to the profound death realm. They had actually guessed it, but unfortunately, so what if they guessed it? At their level, they did not dare to challenge a profound death realm blazing two-headed hound. Therefore, they might as well stay inside and call themselves kings. Yixian carried the control member and passed by the blazing two-headed hound. If I can kill this blazing two-headed hound and let the old tree refine its corpse, I might be able to break through to the 9th level of the profound life realm. Yixian thought to himself as he walked. He hesitated in his heart whether to kill this blazing two-headed hound. However, after thinking about it carefully, he decided to put it aside for now. This was because he did not know how many people were here. Who knew if there was a profound death realm expert outside? If he ambushed this blazing two-headed hound and failed to finish it off, it would be a tragedy if the guards outside came to help. Therefore, he decided to wait until he had located the location outside. After that, he would still be able to escape even if he failed. Yixian walked in front of the guard and handed the member in his hand to him. The guard used his 10,000 mammoth strength to carry the unconscious member, then turned around and left with Yixian. Rumble! The city gate at the entrance closed, and Yixian could finally see the light of day again. He immediately located the location in the void and, at the same time, used his eye of revelation to scan the area. In the distance, there was a small palace, and there seemed to be a person cultivating inside. A profound death realm expert, Yixian narrowed his eyes. There was indeed a profound death realm expert overseeing this place. However, there was only one. "All right, you can go now." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly entered Yixian's ears. Before Yixian could turn around, a hand pierced through his chest. His heart was shattered into two halves. This guard, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound life realm, attacked Yixian. "I'm sorry, but the city lord has ordered that no one is allowed to leave," the guard said slowly. If Yixian was an expert at the 8th or 9th level of the profound life stage, the guard might try to recruit him. If he agreed, he would recommend him to the city lord mansion. If he didn't agree, then he would kill him. With the profound death realm, two-headed blazing hound guarding the city walls, even if King Jin Wang came out, he would most likely die here. However, the guards of the Heavenly Peak prison did not know that Yixian possessed the Eye of Eternity. His heart was not his vital point. Anyone who dares to touch the young master will be killed without mercy. An old voice suddenly rang out from behind the warden. "What?" The peak 9th layer profound life stage guard body suddenly trembled. Despite his cultivation level, he was actually unable to discover how the person behind him had appeared. How is this possible? Before he could react, the old tree punched out, penetrating the watcher's chest. Yixian's heart had been penetrated, but he would not die. However, this watcher was definitely going to die. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out in Yixian's mind, causing him to feel somewhat helpless. He had originally wanted to deal with the profound death realm, two-headed blazing hound. Now, he could legitimately make a move. After the peak profound life stage guard died, Yixian subconsciously glanced at the small palace in the distance. He realized that the profound death realm expert cultivating inside did not notice him. Since he did not notice, then he had to act. Yixian returned to the front of the city gates and used his all-creation strength to open the city gates. However, what shocked him was that the profound death realm, two-headed blazing hound sleeping below the city walls actually opened its eyes. Its two eyes, which were larger than a washing machine, landed on Yixian's body. "Have I been discovered?" Yixian's body trembled as this thought flashed across his mind. Just now, he had just killed the guard outside, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the profound life stage, when this blazing two-headed hound woke up. Could it be that this blazing two-headed hound had discovered him? In the next instant, he understood. Roar! The blazing hound roared, opened its two large mouths, and spat a mouthful of flames at Yixian. Indeed, he had been discovered. This blazing hound was Yixian's must-kill target. Hence, he did not hide anything. Death Hunt command. I have assassination. In the blink of an eye, Yixian flashed behind the blazing hound and viciously slashed with his sword. Rip! The back of the blazing two-headed hound was cut open, and blood spurted out like a fountain along with flames. A profound death stage, heaven-connecting beast was indeed not that easy to deal with. Yixian saw that his attack had been mostly neutralized by the profound death energy within the blazing hound's body. Even with Unicorn's deterrence, he was unable to severely injure this blazing hound. Don't assume that only humans and demons possess profound life energy and profound death energy. Many heaven-connecting beasts possess them as well. They could use profound life energy to heal, and could also use profound death energy to attack and defend. Might shakes the heavens. Myriad swords returned to origin. Yixian did not hesitate, and immediately used his trump card. This blazing hound had to die. As long as it was killed, the old tree would be able to break through to the 9th layer profound life stage. Unicorn's deterrence might be able to cool down, and Yixian would be able to break through to the 8th layer profound life stage. 3 kills in one fell swoop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of blood swords appeared in the sky. At the same time, Luo also created hundreds of doppelgangers and rapidly flashed. Transform. 9 reincarnation flashes, 6th flash. While Yixian was collecting the spoils of war in the Heavenly Peak prison, Luo had devoted herself to cultivation. She had also broken through to the 7th layer profound life stage after Yixian. After transforming, her cultivation level soared, and she broke through to the 8th layer profound life stage. Their group attack had seriously injured the profound death stage blazing twin-headed hound. At the same time, the commotion had attracted the attention of the cultivators in the palace. Not only that, some of the people in the vicinity of the Heavenly Peak prison heard the commotion and could not help but come closer. Then, they used their all-creation strength to open the city gates. In the next moment, they were shocked. Someone was fighting with the profound death stage blazing hound. Furthermore, this person was the youth who had just left. How could a 7th layer profound life stage blazing hound challenge a profound death stage blazing hound? Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? A 7th layer profound life stage blazing hound challenging a profound death stage blazing hound. Isn't that courting death? That's not right. Just now, one person had clearly entered, and the other person was also a man. Why is there an old man and a young lady from the Fox clan now? Our senses must have been wrong. They must be 9th layer profound life stage experts. It's just that our cultivation levels are lower. Fuck, I hope they can kill this profound death stage blazing hound. That way, we might be able to leave this damn place. Chapter 1478. The spectators in the Heavenly Peak prison were in an uproar. They saw Yixian severely injure the profound death stage blazing two-headed hound in the blink of an eye. If not for the profound life chi, the blazing two-headed hound would have died. The profound death stage is indeed difficult to deal with. The profound death stage has the profound death chi, which can be used for defense, and the profound life chi for healing. Looks like I have to kill it in one hit. Yixian's eyes flickered as he planned in his heart. He then gave the order to Old Tree and the other two. Attack the blazing two-headed hound's 2 heads with full force. Sword Blade Storm. Residual Flame. Reincarnation Flash. Burning Sky. Sword Technique. The 4 of them attacked the blazing two-headed hound's left head at the same time. Even if the blazing two-headed hound had the profound death chi for defense and the profound life chi for healing, it could not withstand the combined attacks of the 4 of them. Under this round of attacks, the left head of the blazing two-headed hound exploded, leaving only the right head. Roar! The right head spat out a mouthful of flames infused with the profound death chi and blasted onto Old Tree's body. Although Old Tree had the immortal Phoenix bloodline's fire resistance and was the spirit of ashes, he could not withstand the attack and was corroded by the profound death chi. Ding! The spirit of ashes is dead. Ding. The spirit of ashes is revived. Fortunately, the blazing two-headed hound attacked Old Tree. If it was Luo Luo, Yi Xian would have hidden Luo Luo in the planting space. Another round, Yi Xian shouted in his mind. However, just as their attacks were about to land, stop. Suddenly, a roar came from outside the city gate, echoing throughout the passageway of the city wall. This roar came from the outside, not from the heavenly peak prison. Yi Xian did not care who the intruder was, nor did he care what realm they were at. He would kill them first. Rumble! Under the combined attacks of the four of them, the right head of the blazing two-headed hound exploded. At this moment, the left head had yet to fully recover. The blazing two-headed hound was a special creature. At the profound life stage, as long as both of its heads were not destroyed at the same time, it could be healed by the profound life chi within its body. Moreover, they didn't have hearts, so their two heads were vital points that had to be destroyed at the same time. Fortunately, the blazing two-headed hound was not as strong as Yi Xian had imagined. Yi Xian had probably been lying here for thousands of years. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. After the blazing two-headed hound died, Yi Xian heard the sound of a system notification. He immediately put the corpse away. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 8th level of the profound life realm. Ding! The Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 9th level of the profound life realm. 2 system notifications sounded in succession. Unfortunately, Unicorn's cooldown was still 5% away from being fully restored. However, Yi Xian did not have the time to be happy because there was already the sound of something breaking through the air. Swish! Residual flame, sky burning sword technique. Yi Xian and Old Tree attacked together and destroyed the sword ray that came from the outside. At the same time, Yi Xian focused his eyes and his gaze landed on the young man outside. The young man had a golden crown on his head and was standing in the air. It seemed that he had a strong background. The aura on his body was actually that of the profound death stage. Is that the person cultivating in the palace? I didn't expect him to be at the peak of the first level of the profound death stage. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough at the last moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that sword attack. Although he had killed the blazing two-headed hound, it was a heaven-connecting beast. Other than possessing the profound life chi and profound death chi, its battle strength was extremely weak. He estimated that the blazing two-headed hound's strength was not even a third of the person in front of him. Good fellas. Even Little Fool died at your hands. You have some skills. Go down and accompany Little Fool. Without saying a word, the young man with the golden crown slashed the wall in half with a sword ray and charged in. Yi Xian remembered that the last time he killed a young man with a golden crown, it seemed to be before he stole the eternal core fire. This time, he would try to kill another one. So what if you're at the peak of the first level of the profound death stage? I'll kill you. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he issued a death order to the young man with the golden crown. Although he was only at the 8th level of the profound life stage, Old Tree was already at the 9th level of the profound life stage. Coupled with the 8th level of the profound life stage Wei Zhentian's sword blade storm, he might be able to put up a fight. However, he was too naive. The human wave tactic is useless against me. The golden-crowned young man charged in and shouted. Suddenly, a powerful, profound death chi erupted. The group of blood swords led by Wei Zhentian was instantly corroded by the profound death chi. Even the recovery speed of the immortal phoenix bloodline could not compare to it. In the blink of an eye, the sword blade storm was broken. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. The 2 system notifications caused Yi Xian to stop in his tracks. It seemed like the profound death chi of the trial team leader was too weak. This was the strength of a true profound death stage expert. However, Yi Xian did not plan to give up just yet. Residual flame. Old Tree suddenly appeared behind the young man with the golden crown in a flash and threw out a punch. The residual flame skill had evolved once. Every time it was used, its attack power would increase by 30%. In addition, Old Tree was already at the 9th level of the Profound Life stage. Yi Xian estimated that he should be able to take on a first level of the Profound Death stage expert alone. However, this punch was out of Yi Xian and Old Tree's expectations. Bang! The fiery fist landed on the young man with the golden crown, but it was neutralized by the vigorous, profound death chi. Not only that, even Old Tree's fist was stained by the profound death chi. This was the profound death chi of a peak first level of the profound death stage expert. Once it was stained, it would rapidly spread like flames. Old Tree was the spirit of ashes, but he was not spared. In the blink of an eye, Old Tree was enveloped by the profound death chi and turned into nothingness. Ding! The spirit of ashes is dead. Ding! The spirit of ashes is resurrected. The two system notifications rang out. Old Tree's sneak attack failed, and he was killed by the recoil. How is this possible? You're too naive. I've consumed the root of death. The profound death chi is not any weaker than a second level of the profound death stage expert. Kill yourself. The young man with the golden crown sneered. Although he did not know how Old Tree appeared behind him, he did not want to think too much about it, since he was already dead. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Old Tree appeared in front of him once again. Why aren't you dead? The young man with the golden crown was shocked. Rebirth was the ability of an undead stage expert. Whether I die or not is not up to you to decide. Old Tree sneered. Although he had not reached the undead stage, he was almost immortal after forming a contract with Yi Xian. Chapter 1479. However, the death of the Old Tree had reduced Yi Xian's fighting spirit by half. The young man with the golden crown would not be easy to deal with. There was not much difference between the immortality realm and the profound life realm. The only difference was that the latter had more profound life chi that could heal injuries. However, there was a huge difference between the profound life realm and the profound death realm. The attack of a profound death realm expert was not something a profound life realm expert could block. Even the Old Tree could not break through the young man's defense. Yi Xian would not be able to do the same. It seems that I have no choice but to leave. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It was not that he did not want to fight, but he had no choice. He could not even break through the young man's defense. Therefore, he had no choice but to retreat. Kid, I can see the intention to retreat in your eyes. However, do you think you can leave? The young man with the golden crown suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Who could escape with a peak first-tier profound death realm expert like him guarding the door? Yi Xian had also thought of this. However, he had already left a void tracker outside. He could leave at any time if he wanted to. Thinking of this, Yi Xian hid Luo in the planting space and quickly retreated. You want to leave after killing Xiao? The young man with the golden crown raised his eyebrows and quickly went after him. However, as soon as he gave chase, Yi Xian broke through the void and left. Breaking through the void, the young man with the golden crown was shocked. The Old Tree could be reborn, which was a technique of the imperishable realm. However, breaking through the void to leave was a technique of the Ascension realm. Furthermore, Luo had suddenly disappeared. What kind of technique was that? Where did these people come from? Interesting. When I catch you, all of your abilities will belong to me. The young man with the golden crown suddenly revealed a sinister smile. His eyes were filled with greed. Immediately, he closed the formation. No one could leave, and no one could enter. Then, he prepared to return to Tianfeng City and transfer a few people to find Yi Xian. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had already set a death pursuit order on him. Yi Xian could accurately sense his distance. As he left, in Tianfeng prison, Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. After the young man with the golden crown left, he once again broke through the void and arrived at the formation's entrance. Fortunately, he had come out first before making his move. If he had made his move directly on the city wall, it would have been difficult to deal with this situation. At that moment, he quickly left. At the same time, he searched the soul of the dead guardian of... Fortunately, Yi Xian had a death pursuit order. Otherwise, he would have lost his target. Yin Tianjian did not know that he had been marked. He spent half a day hurriedly rushing to Tianfeng City. Soon, a team departed from Tianfeng City and headed to Tianfeng Prison. As for Yin Tianjian, he stayed behind in Sky Peak City instead. He seemed to have some important matter to attend to. However, this team encountered Yi Xian. Yi Xian encountered this group before he even arrived at Tianfeng City. This team consisted of 10 people and was led by 2 profound death stage experts. When they saw Yi Xian, their faces turned pale with fright. Capture him. He is one of the people wanted by the young city lord. A profound death stage expert furiously shouted. When Yi Xian heard this, he immediately understood that this team was sent by the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion to capture him. The young city lord's strength has exceeded my expectations. However, you're just a few ordinary profound death stage experts. Do you think you can stop me? Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he directly summoned Old Tree and the other 2. This team was destined to be annihilated. All 4 of them are here. Kill. Seeing the 4 figures suddenly appear beside Yi Xian, the profound death stage expert was startled. After a furious roar, he took the lead and charged towards Yi Xian. Old Tree, deal with the small fries first. We will hold back the 2 profound death stage experts. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. He was at the 8th level of the profound life stage. Wei Zhentian was also at the 8th level of the profound life stage. Luo was still a little behind, as she was still at the 7th level of the profound life stage. With their strength, it would not be a problem for them to hold back the 2 profound death stage experts. Old Tree's teleportation ability was too heaven-defying. It would not take more than 3 seconds for him to deal with the 8th and 9th level profound life stage experts. 3 seconds. Yi Xian and the other 2 only needed to hold their opponents back for 3 seconds. Killing Intent Explosion. Burning Sky Sword Art. 9 Reincarnation Flashes. Yi Xian and the other 2 immediately launched attacks at the 2 profound death stage experts to attract their aggro. These 2 wanted to capture Yi Xian and the other 2 alive. After dodging the attacks, they rushed towards Yi Xian and the other 2. However, at this moment, Old Tree suddenly appeared behind one of the 9th level profound death stage experts with a flash. Bang! The effect of residual flame increased one's attack by 30%. Old Tree, who was at the same level, instantly turned one of them into ashes. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Before the profound death stage experts could approach Yi Xian, the people behind them died one after another. It seemed that Old Tree's strength had exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. At most, he would need 2 seconds to kill the 8 of them. 1 second. 2 seconds. Yi Xian and the rest rapidly retreated, stalling for 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the 8th and 9th level profound life stage experts were all dead. The 2 profound death stage experts were slightly astonished by this. They never imagined that they would not be able to gain any advantage in their first confrontation. Instead, they were completely defeated by the other party. It was truly humiliating. When they were on the move, the young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, had warned them to be careful. However, they did not use this advice. He does have some ability. One of the profound death stage experts thought in his heart. He did not feel sorry for those who had died, because there were many 9th level profound life stage experts in the Tianfeng City Lore Mansion. These people had been stuck at 9th level profound life stage for many years, and probably did not have the possibility of breaking through to the profound death stage. Therefore, it did not matter how many of them died. Kid, you are wanted by the young city lord. The young city lord has recognized you. Come with us, an old man said to Yi Xian. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. This was because the young city lord of Tianfeng City had said that Yi Xian was in the Tianfeng prison. However, how did he appear in the vicinity of Tianfeng City? What does it have to do with me? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows with an indifferent expression. He reckoned that the young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, was only interested in his methods. Since that is the case, don't blame us for being ruthless. Chapter 1480. This time, Yixian did not dodge, but went forward to face him head-on. The old tree was at 9th level Profound Life Realm and could fight a Profound Death Realm expert alone. His opponent was the old man. The young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, was at 2nd level Profound Death Realm. With the powerful Profound Death Chi, the old tree could not do anything to him. However, the old man was just an ordinary Profound Death Realm expert. How could the old tree not win? Residual Flame. The old tree formed 2 Residual Flame clones on both sides of the old man. The Residual Flame skill had leveled up and could form 2 Residual Flame clones at once. Although it could only change one position, it was enough to confuse the enemy. The old man had seen the old tree's ability. He could only spread a wave of true energy in an attempt to destroy the Residual Flame clones. However, the old tree was one step ahead. Before the old man could make a move, he moved to the left and threw out a punch. Bang! The 1st level Profound Death Realm old man was hit and was sent flying. The old tree's flame injured the old man. At the same time, the old tree's arm was stained by the Profound Death Chi, and it quickly spread. The old tree's eyes flashed and extinguished the Profound Death Chi. Compared to the young city lord of Tianfeng City, the old man's Profound Death Chi was too weak. Although the old tree did not have Profound Life Chi in his body, he had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, and he recovered in the blink of an eye. Of course, the old man was the same. This attack was considered a loss for both sides. However, the old tree still had the upper hand because the Immortal Phoenix bloodline was free and the old man's Profound Life Chi had been slightly depleted. Again, the old tree's eyes flashed, and he charged forward again. On the other side, Yixian, Luo, and Wei Jintian were fighting against the other Profound Death Realm expert together. Young Master, this place seems to be very close to Tianfeng City. If we continue fighting, their reinforcements will arrive. Luo reminded him. I know, but it's fine even if the reinforcements are here. I can use my trump card now. Yixian replied. The trump card he was referring to was the surrender of Unicorn. Half a day ago, if his Unicorn descent could be used, the young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, would have already died. So what if the reinforcements came? However, it was truly difficult for a Profound Life Realm expert to challenge a Profound Death Realm expert. The mysterious Death Chi was too difficult to deal with. If the old tree had helped them, they could have easily killed one of them. However, the old tree had gone to fight another person, so they couldn't do anything to the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man couldn't do anything to him either. If he couldn't kill them, then he would control them. Luo, prepare the eyes of charm. Yixian said. Understood. Luo nodded. Yixian had been using the eyes of soul since the beginning. However, as Luo hadn't broken through to the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm, her eyes of charm wouldn't have much effect if she didn't transform. At the same time, Yixian was also setting up a trap, which was the void positioning system. It would be best if he could kill them. Both parties were evenly matched, and time slowly passed. The few 9th level Profound Life Realm experts had released a signal before they died, and it was estimated that reinforcements from Tianfeng City would be arriving soon. After the battle lasted for about 10 seconds, Yixian's opponent suddenly stepped on the right spot, which meant that he fell into the trap. Good chance. Yixian's eyes flashed when he saw his opponent stepping on the right spot to attack. Wah! A void door opened. The middle-aged man's sword light swept past the void door and attacked his back. Pooh! The sword light sank into the middle-aged man's back. Coincidentally, the middle-aged man's heart was directly pierced. The Profound Life Chi could regenerate severed limbs and heal injuries, but couldn't repair the heart and brain. The middle-aged man had trapped himself in a trap and killed himself. This was also out of Yixian's expectations. Originally, Yixian wanted to control the middle-aged man to work for him, but he didn't expect the middle-aged man to commit suicide. However, Xian could only face it calmly. After all, there was still one more person, right? Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification sounded, Xian quickly rushed over, took the universe ring and the corpse, and then charged toward the old man. The old man was shocked when he saw the situation and quickly retreated. However, with the old tree around, it was impossible for him to escape. Under everyone's attacks, the old man was seriously injured, and his profound life Qi couldn't recover at all. However, he would rather die than submit, and didn't dare to be controlled by Xian. Luo had no choice but to transform and use the Eyes of Charm to control him. The Eyes of Charm can be easily seen through. Luo, hand him over to me. After Xian finished speaking, he used the Eyes of Soul. The old man's soul opened, and the Eyes of Charm covered up the effect of Xian's Eyes of Soul. He became Xian's servant. Xian could send a message to the person controlled by the Eyes of Soul, but the Eyes of Charm couldn't. Moreover, it was easy to see through the Eyes of Soul, so the Eyes of Soul was more useful. Let's leave first. After controlling him, Xian directly broke through the void and left the area. Not long after, experts from the Tianfeng City Lord's Mansion arrived, but they didn't find anyone. However, 9 of the life jade tokens in the Tianfeng City Lord's Mansion had been shattered. Xian left the battlefield and took the old man's universe ring. Unfortunately, there weren't many things, so it seemed that he had to go to Tianfeng City to scavenge. When you return to Tianfeng City, say that you were seriously injured and couldn't fight them, then ran away. Xian said to the old man. This old man's surname was Yiming Lu, and he was a family member of the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion. Moreover, the Eyes of Soul wouldn't be seen through by others, so there wouldn't be any problems if he returned. Then, Yiming Lu left. As for Xian, he took a long detour and entered Tianfeng City with a disguise. Just as he entered Tianfeng City, a large group of people left, and the person leading them was the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian. This gave Xian a fright. He guessed that this group of people was probably out to capture him, but who would have thought that he had already entered Tianfeng City with a disguise? Although I've changed my appearance, the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian, might have remembered my aura. It's better to be careful, Xian thought in his heart, and he couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile as he watched the group leave. Then, he prepared to go to those auction houses and families to make a fortune. Stop! But right at this time, that group of people suddenly stopped. Xian's footsteps came to a halt, and when he turned around, he saw the Tianfeng City's young city lord, Yin Tianjian, looking in his direction. That pair of eagle-like eyes turned and finally landed on Xian. How is this possible? Xian was shocked beyond words. Chapter 1481. What a familiar aura. It's him. After pondering for a moment, Yin Tianjian pointed out Xian. Although one's appearance could change, one's aura and eyes would not. Therefore, he recognized Xian. F*CK. I've been discovered. Xian shuddered in fear. Yin Tianjian's ability was too strong. Not only was he strong, but he was also able to recognize him. What the hell? Dark Night Canopy. Retreat. It was broad daylight, but Xian quickly used the Dark Night Canopy skill to allow his body to enter the darkness. The sky suddenly darkened. It must be that brat's doing. Seal the city gates. No one is allowed to leave. Search. The young city lord of Tianfeng City, Yin Tianjian, immediately commanded. At the same time, several profound Death Realm experts rushed towards Xian. Fortunately, Xian was in the state of assassination. After hiding in the darkness, his movement speed increased by a lot. Coupled with the shadow step, he easily evaded these people and escaped without a trace. Tianfeng City was already in darkness. However, a bright light soon lit up the entire city. Tianfeng City had a great defensive array. Now, Xian had nowhere to hide. That Yin Tianjian is some distance away from me. Watch how I raid your house. Xian thought in his heart as he quickly rushed towards the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion. In terms of wealth, who could compare to the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion? Although the City Lord mansion was filled with experts, he had already disguised himself. Furthermore, the old tree, Luo, and Wei Zhentian were all in the planning space. Other than Yin Tianjian, no one would be able to recognize him. At the same time, Yin Tianjian would definitely not expect that Yi Xian would actually enter the tiger's den. This was simply courting death. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion. The Celestial Peak City could be considered a tyrant in the profound life battlefield. Generally, profound death stage experts would choose to enter the profound life battlefield. However, the Celestial Peak City did not do so. Instead, they remained in the profound life battlefield and dominated. The City Lord Mansion was very big. Just the piece of land it occupied was comparable to that of other cities. However, due to the array formation that isolated Yi Xian's eye of perception, Yi Xian did not know how many experts were in the City Lord Mansion. However, he still had a spy. "Yin Lu, come and get me." Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to Yin Xian. Not long after, the old man who had been controlled earlier came out. Tianfeng City was originally a family clan. In the beginning, they focused on nurturing geniuses and controlled the population. However, as Tianfeng City was established and they began to dominate this region, they no longer restricted it. According to Yin Lu, there were quite a number of experts in the city governor's family. There were more than 2,000 experts at the 8th and 9th level of the profound life realm. At the same time, there were also dozens of profound death realm experts. The city governor, Yin Tianfeng, was already at the 3rd level of the profound death realm many years ago. He was extremely powerful. He's already at the 3rd level of the profound death realm, but he still doesn't want to enter the profound death battlefield. Instead, he's dominating the profound life battlefield. He's really free and easy. Yi Xian disdained him in his heart, then followed Yin Lu in. This time, he was going to control the experts at the 8th and 9th level of the profound life realm and collect the spoils of war. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Yi Xian began to control them one by one, then handed them over to Luo. Although the 8th and 9th level of the profound life realm did not have many cultivation resources, if they would be piled up, it would not be a small amount. Moreover, one should not forget that there was also something called battle credits. Not only did Yi Xian obtain the interspatial ring, but he also obtained many battle credits. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is at the 9th level of the profound life realm. Soon, Yi Xian heard a system notification. However, Wei Zhentian and the old tree could both break through the shackles and break through to the profound death realm. This was also the reason why Yi Xian had sneaked into the City Lord Mansion. I have obtained many battle credits. Yin Lu, go and exchange all of these battle credits for rare treasures or ores of the fire attribute. After Yi Xian finished speaking, the space between his eyebrows flickered, and he handed all of the battle credits to Yin Lu. "Yes, master." Yin Lu nodded, then left with the battle credits. There was a forging hall in the City Lord Mansion. Yin Lu went straight to exchange all of the battle credits, then returned to his own mansion. After Yi Xian swallowed all of the rare treasures, he heard a system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now at the 9th level of the profound life realm. Ding! Hui Ling has made a breakthrough. Host is now at the 1st level of the profound death realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is now at the 9th level of the profound life realm. The 3 consecutive system notifications made Yi Xian's fighting spirit soar. Now, he was not afraid of the young city lord of Tianfeng City. After the breakthrough, although I don't have the profound death chi, I feel that the power of my flame has become stronger. Once it touches me, it won't be any weaker than the profound death chi. Old Tree could not help but say, "Very good." Yi Xian nodded. He estimated that Old Tree could now fight the young city lord of Tianfeng City alone. He was now at the 9th level of the profound life realm, so there should not be much of a problem. However, he was not satisfied, so he continued to use his soul eye to control the young city lord. However, at this moment, the young city lord of Tianfeng City suddenly returned. He had returned to get reinforcements. Coincidentally, he went to look for Yin Lu after returning. He wanted Yin Lu to come with him, as Yin Lu had fought with Yi Xian before. At the same time, he wanted to get more people to search the entire city. And Yi Xian happened to be in Yin Lu's place. Oh no, why is Yin Tianjin here? Yi Xian glanced out of the corner of his eyes. When he saw the Scarlet Kill word, his expression changed drastically, but he quickly calmed down. Yin Tianjin was at the peak of the first level of the Profound Death Realm, so his strength was not to be underestimated. However, Old Tree was not weak either. So what if he was here? Since he was here, he should be prepared to die. At this moment, Yi Xian ordered the Old Tree and Wei Jintian in the planting space to get ready. When Yin Tianjin entered, they would immediately launch an attack. Yin Tianjin, who was originally looking for Yin Lu, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Within the range of his spiritual consciousness, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. However, when he remembered that he was in the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion, he dispelled his doubts and approached Yin Lu's residence. Sixth uncle, Yin Tianjin shouted from outside the door. Clang! The door to the residence opened, and Yin Lu walked out. He pretended not to know anything and said, "What's the matter?" Sixth uncle, the kid who killed Reverend Lien has snuck into the city. I want you to come with me to find him, said Yin Tianjin. I'm afraid that's not possible. Yin Lu shook his head. Why? Yin Tianjin was very surprised. Just now, Yin Lu was almost killed by Yi Xian. Could it be that he did not want to avenge this grudge? Just as he was about to continue asking, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, followed by the sound of a whistling wind. What? Chapter 1482. Old Tree was at the first level of the Profound Death Realm, the same level as Yin Tianjin. The power of this attack was enough to break through Yin Tianjin's defense. Bang! Yin Tianjin's back was hit hard, and his whole body flew forward diagonally, colliding with Yin Lu's fist. Bang! Yin Tianjin's chest also suffered a heavy blow as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the real killing move was yet to come. I have assassination. Sky-burning sword technique. After Old Tree, Yi Xian flashed behind Yin Tianjin and slashed down. Bang! The Qilin True Qi instantly broke through Yin Tianjin's weak defense, and a deep wound appeared on Yin Tianjin's back, so deep that his bones could be seen. However, Yin Tianjin was the #1 genius of Tianfeng City. He took out a signal flare and ignited it. Swoosh! A ray of golden light shot up into the sky. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed. He did not expect Yin Tianjin to react so quickly. He immediately took out a signal flare to inform the others. If he had known, he would have killed him in one blow. Don't even think about it. Old Tree snorted as he sent out a flame to destroy the signal flare. Unfortunately, as long as this signal flare was damaged, it would directly explode. Bang! In the sky above the Castellan mansion, a distress signal of an Yin family disciple in danger appeared. Immediately, everyone reacted. Why would there be a distress signal in the Castellan mansion? Immediately, many experts nearby rushed over. I miscalculated. Kill him. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. In fact, he originally wanted to control Yin Tianjin. However, since he failed, he could only use his backup plan. Transform. I have enchantment. Luo Luo suddenly transformed into a 9-tailed golden fox and quickly formed an eye of enchantment. She was at the 8th level of the Profound Life Realm. After transforming, she would be at the 9th level of the Profound Life Realm. With the Eye of Enchantment, it should not be a problem for her to control Yin Tianjin, who was at the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm. Yin Tianjin ate something called the Root of Death. His Profound Death Qi was extremely strong, but he was still at the 1st level of the Profound Death Realm. Unfortunately, Yi Xian miscalculated again. Even Luolua's Eye of Charm failed. However, this bought some time for Old Tree and Yi Xian. Die! Yi Xian and Old Tree quickly rushed to Yin Tianjin's side and attacked together. Bang! Yin Tianjin's head was chopped off, and his chest was pierced through. Even if he had 2 lives, he would still die. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. When Yi Xian heard the system notification, he quickly put away Yin Tianjin's interspatial ring. The young city lord of Tianfeng City, the #1 genius of Tianfeng City, definitely had a lot of things in his universe ring. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Currently at the first tier of the profound death stage. Wei Zhentian had finally broken through, but Yi Xian was still at the 9th level of the profound life stage. Ding! The host has reached the peak of the 9th level of the profound life stage. This time, it was the same as when he had broken through from the longevity stage to the profound life stage. He needed a large amount of profound death chi. Coincidentally, there was a large amount of profound death chi in the planting space. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. Currently at the first tier of the profound death stage. Yi Xian had finally broken through to the profound death stage. His strength had instantly increased by several times. There was also a new type of energy in his body, which was the profound death chi. Now, his attack strength had increased by at least 5 times. Who could fight against him? Not good. The young city lord has been killed. Quick, inform the city lord. A profound death stage expert has infiltrated the city lord mansion. Yin Tianjin's death was witnessed by many people, and the city lord mansion was in an uproar. Yi Xian and the others were like turtles in a jar. To prevent any accidents from happening, Yi Xian hid Luo Luo in the planting space so that she could continue to cultivate. He would leave the rest of the battle to them. As expected of one of the overlords of the profound life battlefield. The moment the signal flare was fired, more than 10 profound death stage experts jumped out. Yi Xian could not help but shudder. However, with his current cultivation level, he would not be afraid even if it was a second-tier profound death stage expert. It was just a dozen profound death stage experts. What were they to him? He killed the young city lord. Kill. Immediately, the dozen or so profound death stage experts swooped down from the sky. Facing the siege of so many experts, Yi Xian did not panic and activated a skill. Slaughter Feast. In the next moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. The first person to die was Yin Lu. He had committed suicide, which gave Yi Xian a 15% increase. Then, there was another notification. Ding! The host has triggered a random mission. Kill a profound death stage expert from the City Lord Mansion of Tianfeng City. The interval between each kill is 1 minute. Yi Xian was shocked. He had actually triggered another random mission. This was not bad. This random mission did not state how many profound death stage experts he had to kill, nor did it state the reward. This meant that the reward would change according to the number of kills and the level of the enemies killed. As for the interval between kills, it meant that after killing the first profound death stage expert, he had to kill the second profound death stage expert within 1 minute. Otherwise, the mission would be considered over. If he did not kill a profound death stage expert within 1 minute, the mission would be considered a failure and he would not receive any rewards. The Tianfeng City had built the Tianfeng prison, which was an inhumane thing to do. In addition to the actions of the guards and Yin Tianjian, it was reasonable for Yi Xian to kill Yin Tianjian. Now that Yin Tianjian was dead, these people would definitely not let Yi Xian go. Therefore, Yi Xian had found a reason to start a massacre. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian joined forces with the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian to kill their way out. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows with more than 10 profound death stage experts. Yi Xian held the Scarlet Flame Sword in his hand and displayed the Burning Sky Sword technique that he had obtained from the shop. He began an endless massacre. The Old Tree was even more exaggerated. When he was surrounded by 5 people, he directly used the Raging Inferno barrier to absorb the damage, and then exploded. Rumble! A huge explosion occurred in the sky. The Raging Inferno barrier was like a sun that shone brightly. Some of the profound life stage experts in the City Lord's mansion were directly blinded by the dazzling light. This move seriously injured the 5 people surrounding the Old Tree. Before they could use their profound life chi to heal themselves, the old tree quickly flashed behind them. Waning flame. Bang! In the blink of an eye, 2 people had fallen. Yi Xian's amplification was increased by another 30%. It was a pity that Wei Zhentian's blade storm was in cooldown. Otherwise, these people would have been killed by Yi Xian in an instant. However, this did not matter. This was because in the first exchange, Yi Xian had killed 2 people consecutively. Old Tree had also killed 2 people. In addition to Wei Zhentian's last strike and Yin Lu, who had committed suicide, there were 6 profound death stage experts. The 6 of them had nearly doubled Yi Xian's amplification. Chapter 1483. Brat, stop! A roar reverberated, followed by the arrival of 5 figures from the horizon. All 5 of them were at the 2nd level of the profound death realm. One of them was even at the peak of the 2nd level. Just in time, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. However, he did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he continued to kill the 1st level profound death realm warriors. Ding! Hui Ling has made a breakthrough, currently at the 2nd level of the profound death realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough, currently at the 2nd level of the profound death realm. Before the arrival of the 5 2nd level profound death realm warriors, the dozen or so 1st level profound death realm warriors had all died. Only Yi Xian and the other 2 were left in this area. At the same time, Yi Xian's feast of slaughter had also doubled. With such a murderous god appearing in the City Lord Mansion, more and more experts had arrived. Even a 3rd level profound death realm city lord had noticed him. Therefore, Yi Xian had to deal with the 5 people in front of him first. It would be dangerous if he was surrounded. Kill! Yi Xian immediately charged forward. Wei Zhentian and the old tree, who had already broken through to the 2nd level of the profound death realm, did the same. In a one-on-one situation, they were not weaker than any 2nd level profound death realm warrior. Among them, the old tree could even fight the peak 2nd level profound death realm warrior alone. In addition, Yi Xian's cultivation was constantly increasing. With the addition of the Feast of Slaughter, Yi Xian could even fight a 3rd level profound death realm warrior. While Yi Xian was fighting with the 5 2nd level profound death realm warriors, a few huge figures suddenly appeared in the distance. They were 2 3rd level profound death realm 2-headed blazing hounds. They were also the parents of the blazing hound that Yi Xian had killed. The Tianfeng City Lord had also arrived. There were a total of 3 3rd level profound death realm warriors. The Tianfeng City Lord had moved out without understanding the situation. He could not understand where Yi Xian had come from to kill so many profound death realm warriors consecutively. Even 2 2nd level profound death realm warriors had already died. Could it be that today was Tianfeng City's calamity? Actually, Tianfeng City wasn't established by the Tianfeng City Lord. It was just a name change. However, Skypeak City Lord had spent quite a bit of effort for this city. No matter what, they could not be destroyed in his hands. 2 blazing 2-headed hounds at the 3rd level of the profound death realm, huh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and made a decision. Today, perhaps he could increase his killing intent value to the upper limit once more. Thinking of this, his attacks also became fiercer. He was burning his lifespan, and it was 100 years at a time. Those at the 9th level of the immortal realm would have a lifespan of 3,000 years. After breaking through to the profound life realm, each lifespan would increase by 500 years. It was the same for those at the profound death realm. Yi Xian's current lifespan was a full 5,000 years. What was 100 years to burn at once? Killing intent explosion. Burning heaven sword art. As Yi Xian's sword descended, flaming sword chi tore through the air and killed a 2nd-tier profound death stage expert. At this moment, 3 of the 5 2nd-tier profound death stage experts had already died. Only 2 were left. Yi Xian's amplification had also increased to 5 times. Accept Unicorn's punishment. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered as he left the remaining 2 behind. The requirement of this random mission was to kill as many profound death stage experts as possible. The higher the realm, the better. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use a trump card this time. Unicorn Descend. The two blazing two-headed hounds and the Tianfeng City Lord were charging towards him from the same direction. It was just nice that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Unicorn Descend. Yi Xian did not hesitate and directly used his trump card. Immediately, a flaming hoof appeared above the heads of the two blazing two-headed hounds and the Tianfeng City Lord. Before they could react, the flaming hoof came crashing down. Bang! One of the blazing two-headed hounds was trampled by the huge flaming hoof. This move was extremely powerful because Yi Xian had a skill called Unicorn's Deterrence that doubled his attack power. In addition to Yi Xian's amplification, this move was enough to kill the blazing two-headed hound. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang as Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, the amplification had also increased to 3 times. One more time, Unicorn Descend. After the first flaming hoof disappeared, another flaming hoof appeared and stomped on the other blazing two-headed hound. Huff, huff, huff. The effect of Incinerate the World also burned the blazing two-headed hound to ashes. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. One had to admit that the power of Unicorn's Descend was too strong. It actually burned the blazing two-headed hound to death. After all, the blazing two-headed hound was a heaven-connecting beast with the fire attribute. Furthermore, it was at the 3rd tier of the Profound Death realm and had the protection of the Profound Death Chi. Of course, this was all thanks to the 3 times amplification of Slaughtering Feast and Unicorn's Deterrence. Otherwise, 2 Unicorns Descend might not be enough to kill a blazing two-headed hound. When the Tianfeng City Lord saw the blazing two-headed hounds that had protected the Yin family for thousands of years fall, he immediately went crazy. I'm going to kill you. The Tianfeng City Lord was filled with killing intent as he charged towards Yi Xian. Death Hunt Order. I have Assassination. With 3 times amplification, Yi Xian appeared behind the Tianfeng City Lord in a flash. 100 years lifespan. Killing intent explosion. Sky incinerating sword technique. An extremely sharp flaming sword Qi entered the back of the City Lord of Tianfeng City, instantly burning all the organs in his body to ashes. The Tianfeng City Lord, who was at the 3rd level of the Profound Death stage, was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. This scene had already shocked the surrounding people to the point that they were speechless. The Tianfeng City was one of the overlords of the Profound Life battlefield. Now, the strongest City Lord was actually instantly killed. In that case, who could stop Yi Xian? Even the City Lord is dead. Let's see what you can do. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He had already decided to kill all the Profound Death Stage experts in the City Lord Mansion. However, just as he was about to make another move, "Have mercy!" a shout entered Yi Xian's ears. Immediately after, a powerful and explosive aura appeared out of nowhere. So strong. When Yi Xian felt this aura, his body trembled violently. This aura was much stronger than the Tianfeng City Lord. It was at least an expert at the 5th level of the Profound Death stage, or even higher. Why would such an expert appear here? Shouldn't he be in the Profound Death battlefield? Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. When he turned his head to look, he saw a white-robed man standing in the air. What made Yi Xian stunned was that this white-robed man actually had 9 snow-white foxtails behind him, a member of the Fox tribe. Chapter 1484. The battle had only lasted for a short while, but the Yin clan had already lost over 20 Profound Death Realm experts, including 2 flaming twin-headed hounds at the 3rd level of the Profound Death Realm. Even the City Lord of Tianfeng City had fallen. Although Yi Xian was strong, he shouldn't be stronger than the envoy in front of him, right? Shut up. Just as Yi Xian was about to break through the void and leave, the white-robed man suddenly bellowed, shocking the surrounding people. "Your Excellency, please show mercy." The white-robed man glanced at the old tree and Wei Jintian before cupping his fists at Yi Xian. This action also shocked Yi Xian and the others. What was going on? He was at least an expert at the 5th level of the profound death realm. Why was he bowing so respectfully? Who are you? Yi Xian subconsciously asked. At the same time, he was also guessing in his heart. If the white-robed man had attacked just now, what were his chances of escaping? He probably wouldn't even have half a chance, right? I am 100 Fox Manor's patrol envoy, Bai Yang. Greetings, my lord. The white-robed man replied. 100 Fox Manor. When these 4 words entered Yi Xian and the others' ears, they were also shocked. They immediately understood the reason. The 100 Fox Manor was the overlord of the western region of the land of reincarnation. The manor lord was the reincarnation fox, the woman who helped Luoluo reincarnate that day. Before Yi Xian could speak, the white-robed man continued. Tianfeng City is an important location in the profound life battlefield of our phalanx camp. If all the experts fall, I'm afraid the other 2 camps will invade our territory. I see. Yi Xian immediately understood. If one of the overlords of the profound life battlefield was destroyed, the territory would be destroyed. The forces under the Reincarnation City Lord and Reincarnation Supremacy's territories would come over. Since that was the case, Yi Xian would forget about it. He was giving face to the Reincarnation Fox. Seeing Yi Xian put away his weapon, the white-robed man also expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. The group of Yin clan members were shocked. This white-robed man was their hope for revenge. Why was he so respectful to Yi Xian now? What was going on? Sir Special Envoy, you want to... A simple-minded Yin clan expert suddenly took a step forward, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the white-robed man for the second time. Shut up. Otherwise, the Yin clan will cease to exist after today. The white-robed man rebuked angrily. Once this was said, all the members of the Yin clan shrunk their necks. It was very obvious that that person had angered this special envoy. If he didn't get it straight, the Yin clan would really be annihilated. The 100 Fox Manor will compensate you for today's losses. As for the Dead City Lord, you can choose another one. The white-robed man said, before continuing, My lord, with your current strength, there's no one who can match you in the Xian life battlefield. Therefore, you can enter the Xian death battlefield, or go to the territories of the other 2 camps. The profound life battlefield was a battlefield for those at the profound life stage. However, there were still some profound death stage experts dominating the battlefield. However, there was a rule that stated that those above the 3rd level of the profound death stage were not allowed to fight here. Otherwise, an almighty expert would descend and obliterate them. Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to gain much by staying here. However, he could enter the Xian death battlefield. All right, where's the entrance? Yi Xian nodded and said, North of Tianfeng City, there's an entrance to the Xian death battlefield. However, you'll have to go through a small test. The white-robed man replied. Got it. Yi Xian nodded. Then he brought the old tree and Wei Zhentian with him and left through the air. This method left the white-robed man dumbfounded. However, when he thought about how Yi Xian and the others were guests of the Manor Master, he calmed down. In fact, he didn't expect to meet Yi Xian here. After leaving Tianfeng City, Yi Xian directly returned to the entrance of Tianfeng Prison. While the enhancement was still there, he immediately launched an attack and broke the array. Then, he left once again. A minute had passed since the death of the Tianfeng City Lord. A minute later. Ding. The host has completed the random mission. You can choose any one of the following 3 rewards. Reward 1. Unicorn's True Energy Level Up 1. Reward 2. Undying Doppelgangers Level Up 1. Reward 3. 1 chance to draw a lottery. These 3 rewards were pretty good. However, what made Yi Xian feel regretful was that this time was out of his expectations. If the white-robed man hadn't appeared, all the Xian death stage experts in the Tianfeng City Lord Mansion would have died at his hands. Then, the rewards of this random mission would have increased. Lottery? I don't know what I'll get. Forget it. Yi Xian shook his head and chose the 1st and 2nd reward. Ding. Unicorn's True Energy Level Up 1. Ding. Undying Doppelgangers Level Up 1. Unicorn's True Energy Level Up 1 could increase the power of incineration of the heavens, its fire attack, and its resistance. It was a pretty good reward. As for the Undying Doppelganger, It directly increased Yi Xian's battle power by 10%, reaching 70%. If it leveled up 2 more times, he could condense another doppelganger. However, Yi Xian was currently lacking devouring points. He was still waiting to merge 2 battle-type bloodlines. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his devouring points on this. After the previous battle, Yi Xian could have broken through to the 2nd tier of the Xian death stage. However, he hadn't done so because he wanted to increase his killing intent to the upper limit and exchange it for devouring points. If he succeeded this time, he would have 3 devouring points. Young master, are we going to the Xian death battlefield now? Luo asked in the planning space. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, he was already heading towards the north. However, he encountered a problem along the way. There's an expert here. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With his eye of revelation, he saw a figure rapidly moving toward him. The expert was probably at the 4th tier of the Xian death stage. In a Xian life battlefield, experts at the 4th tier of the Xian death stage were not allowed to take action. Those who disobeyed would be killed. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that the expert at the 4th tier of the Xian death stage was actually from the enemy camp. The red light between his eyebrows indicated that he was from the Reincarnation Sovereign's camp. Why would a 4th tier of the Xian death stage expert from the enemy camp come here? TSK, what bad luck. It's just a 1st tier of the Xian death stage brat. The 4th tier of the Xian death stage expert was a bald, muscular man. When he saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but spit on the ground. Robbery. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. Cut the crap. Hand over your Qian Kuan ring, and I'll spare your life. The bald, muscular man shouted. If it was before, he would have killed Yi Xian directly. However, he had accidentally broken through to the 4th tier of the Xian death stage. Due to the rules here, he didn't do anything. I remember that if a 4th tier of the Xian death stage expert were to take action in the Xian life battlefield, they would be killed, right? Yi Xian said with a frown. The 4th tier of the Xian death stage was 3 realms higher than him. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Chapter 1485. Are you saying that you won't give it to me? Killing intent shot out from the bald man's eyes. So what if I don't give it to you? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He wanted to see if this bald man had the guts to attack. He also wanted to see how capable this profound life battlefield was to be able to kill a 4th tier profound death realm expert. Or was it just an alarmist? Humph, you're the first one to resist all the robberies I've robbed along the way. Fine, I'd like to see what will happen when I attack. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, he immediately threw a punch at Yi Xian. The vital energy fist, which contained a powerful, profound death chi, flew directly at Yi Xian. Facing a 1st tier profound death realm brat, the bald man did not need to use any special ability. Therefore, Yi Xian could easily defeat him. However, before Yi Xian could attack, a strange aura suddenly appeared. Suddenly, a strange aura spread out. Then, the true energy fist disappeared into thin air, dissipating between heaven and earth. What's going on? Yi Xian and the bald man were shocked. They did not understand what had happened. Yi Xian did not attack at all. Why did the attack disappear on its own? At this moment, the bald man glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly raised his head. He discovered that a huge eye was staring at him. Yi Xian followed his gaze and discovered the huge eye. This is the eye of all things. Yi Xian immediately recognized the pattern on the huge eye. It was the same pattern as the eyes of all things he had obtained previously. However, this eye of all things was terrifyingly huge. Ugh! The burly man in front of Yi Xian, who was at the 4th level of the profound death realm, suddenly let out a strange sound. Yi Xian focused his eyes and discovered that the burly man's neck was wrapped around by the power of Wuxia. Crack! With a crisp sound, the brute's head was directly plucked off by the power of all things. His head was separated from his body. When Yi Xian saw this, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The eyes of 10,000 forms had killed a 4th level profound death stage brawny man. Could it be that this enormous eye of 10,000 forms was the manager of this profound life battlefield? Once someone violated it, it would kill them? By the time Yixian reacted, the huge eye of nature had already disappeared without a trace. If not for the headless corpse, Yixian would have thought that he was dreaming. In the blink of an eye, a fourth-tier profound death realm expert had fallen. Yixian paused for a few seconds before he went over to collect the corpse and the universe ring. Could this be a pie falling from the sky? Benefits? There were quite a lot of things in this interspatial ring, but it was not enough for Yixian and the others to break through. After all, they had all been used up by the brawny man. Earlier, Luo said that there were numerous mysterious and formidable eyes in this world. For example, the Eye of Myriad, the Eye of Death, the Eye of Samsara, and so on and so forth. So long as one cultivates it to a certain extent, one would be able to traverse space and utilize it. Yixian thought to himself as he hurried on his way. He suddenly recalled the Eye of Death that had almost killed him. In the future, if he found out who the owner of the Eye of Death was, he would definitely kill him. After all, he had almost been killed by the Eye of Death. If the mini sky dragon had not saved him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After experiencing this welfare interlude, Yixian continued on his way. The entrance to the profound death battlefield was to the north of Tianfeng City. Relying on the speed of the shadow steps, Yixian spent a total of 2 days before arriving at the teleportation palace of the profound death battlefield. This teleportation palace was extremely desolate, and there was only one teleporter present. This teleportation was different from the previous ones, as one had to pass a test. The teleporter discovered Yixian and asked, "Kid, you want to go to the profound death battlefield?" "Yes." Yixian nodded. "Good. If you want to be teleported to the profound death battlefield, there is a condition. You have to receive a punch from me. If you succeed, you will be teleported free of charge," said the teleporter. He was an expert at the 3rd level of the profound death realm. His punch was not something an ordinary person could receive. However, Yixian was not afraid. After all, he had even killed the Tianfeng City's city lord. "Come." Yixian took out the scarlet flame sword. The teleporter did not waste any words and directly threw out a punch. This punch was enough to send an expert at the 2nd level of the profound death realm flying. However, Yixian effortlessly threw out a sword and defeated this punch. Rumble. The two true chis collided, creating waves of air. He received a punch. "You do have some strength. Good going." The teleporter nodded in satisfaction. Only those who could receive a punch from him had the qualifications to enter the profound death battlefield. Otherwise, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. The profound death battlefield was even more cruel than the profound life battlefield. The daily slaughter was almost 3 times that of the profound life battlefield. Yixian entered the teleportation array, and the teleporter began to teleport. Very soon, Yixian's vision changed, and he was teleported to the profound death battlefield in a few seconds. The teleportation array landed on a mountain peak. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, as if it was about to rain. Just as Yixian landed on the ground, he smelled an unpleasant smell. The air in the profound death battlefield is filled with profound death chi. Cultivating here will be twice the result with half the effort. Yixian's eyes lit up. However, he did not rely on cultivation to break through. Therefore, whether the profound death chi was abundant or not had nothing to do with him. Luo, how long do you need to break through?" Yixian asked. "Half a day," Luo replied. During this period of time, she had been cultivating in seclusion. In half a day, she would be able to break through to the profound death realm. Compared to Yixian, this speed was slow. However, to others it was simply godly speed. After all, she had only broken through to the profound life realm for 2 to 3 months. Some people might not be able to break through even once in 100 or 1,000 years. However, Luo was able to step into the profound death realm from the immortality realm in 2 to 3 months. This was enough to show how strong the bloodline in her body was. Of course, the life and death plate's base also played a part in this. The base of the life and death plate was helping Luo Luo refine the profound life chi. The profound death chi in the profound death battlefield is abundant. The profound life chi is suppressed by at least 50%. However, I have the immortal phoenix bloodline in my body. Coupled with the profound life chi, my injuries can be healed in an instant. Yi Xian thought to himself. He surveyed his surroundings and prepared to leave. However, just as he rose into the air, a deafening roar suddenly came from the horizon. This was a dragon's roar. A Tong Tian beast from the profound death battlefield? Let's see. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly rushed over. Previously, he had used his trump card, Unicorn's Descent, to deal with the two flaming twin-headed hounds at the third level of the profound death realm. Now that Unicorn's Descent was on cooldown, he had to find some Tong Tian beast corpses to recover. When Yi Xian rushed over, he saw a green heavenly dragon fighting with a huge black bear. At this moment, the battle had just ended. The green heavenly dragon crushed the black bear's head with its claws and began to feast. Chapter 1486. Yi Xian estimated that the Azure Dragon was at the third tier of the Profound Death Realm, while the Black Bear was at the second tier of the Profound Death Realm. It was normal for a third tier of the Profound Death Realm to kill a second tier of the Profound Death Realm. In order for a Tong Tian beast to grow, it had to eat continuously and absorb the energy in its prey. Yi Xian was in need of corpses, so he took out the Scarlet Flame Sword. Kill! With a low roar, 3 figures dashed out. The Azure Dragon noticed Yi Xian and the other two. After letting out a roar, it stopped eating and pounced towards Yi Xian and the other two. Wei Zhentian loved to transform into a sky dragon the most. With a shake of his body, he transformed into another green sky dragon. However, his green sky dragon was not as handsome as the Azure Dragon. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian and the other two exchanged blows with the Azure Dragon. Killing Intent Explosion, Sky Scorching Sword Art, Residual Flame. In the first exchange, Yi Xian and the other two made the Azure Dragon turn red. The three of them dealt a great deal of damage to the Azure Dragon. Although Yi Xian was only at the first tier of the Profound Death Realm, he had the Unicorn Deterrence, which doubled the damage to the Azure Dragon. Although the Azure Dragon was strong, it could not withstand such a beating. Wei Zhentian's claws pierced into the Azure Dragon's body, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the Azure Dragon was on the verge of death, and Yi Xian harvested it. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, causing his killing intent to soar. My killing intent has almost reached half. Just a little more, and I will reach the upper limit. Then, I will exchange it for devouring points. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he flew over to put away the Azure Dragon's corpse. He gave the corpse to the old tree and kept the beast's soul. He would wait until his killing intent reached the upper limit before exchanging it for devouring points. If he devoured it now, he would have a breakthrough. All right, Wei Zhentian, old tree, let's travel together. After the death of the Azure Dragon, Yi Xian gave the other two instructions before heading off in 3 different directions. When he entered the Xian Death battlefield, his battle merits were reset to 0. Since he had already used up all his battle merits in the Xian Life battlefield, it was fine even if they were reset to 0. The first step of Yi Xian's plan was to find a map of the Profound Death battlefield. Very soon, Luo Luo let out a joyous laugh within the planting space. After a period of cultivation, she had finally broken through to the Profound Death stage. Young master, 2 of my tails have turned into gold again, Luo Luo said in shock. Previously, she already had 3 golden tails. Now that she had 2 more, she had a total of 5. There were still 4 tails that had yet to turn golden. Yi Xian was also guessing in his heart. When Luoluo's 9 tails turned into gold, would the heaven-loathing fox bloodline in her body be fully activated? However, right at this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly sent him a message. He had encountered a powerful heaven-connecting beast that was chasing after him. How rare! Wei Zhentian is actually being chased, Xian could not help but laugh. Without asking further, he broke through the void and arrived beside Wei Zhentian. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. The heaven-connecting beast that was chasing after Wei Zhentian was actually another azure dragon. However, this azure dragon was several times larger than the azure dragon that they had killed before. 5th level profound death stage? Xian raised his eyebrows. Wei Zhentian had really gotten himself into big trouble. This azure dragon was at least at the 5th level profound death stage. It was not something that he could deal with at the moment. Roar! When the azure dragon saw Xian, it could not help but roar towards the sky. What? It was the blood on your body that attracted it? When Xian heard Wei Zhentian's words, he was stunned. He recalled that half a day ago, Wei Zhentian was indeed stained with the azure dragon's blood. That was why the azure dragon was chasing after Wei Zhentian. So that was the reason. Xian immediately understood. However, he had to deal with this problem first. If Xian wanted to leave, he could just break through the void and leave. However, this was a 5th level profound death stage heaven connecting beast. If he killed it, he would gain a large amount of killing intent. Moreover, if he gave it to the old tree to refine, he would at least be able to break through to the 3rd level profound death stage. Leave? Of course not. Just as Xian was about to make his move, a ray of fiery light suddenly swept across the sky. Beep! Xian turned around and focused his gaze. He discovered that it was a flaming eagle. It's the flaming crimson rock. Xian recognized it. The flaming crimson rock was probably at the 5th level profound death stage. If it was here to help the azure dragon, Xian would have to run away. However, if it was not, normally heaven-connecting beasts had their own territories. The azure dragon's roar was heard by the flaming crimson rock. Therefore, the flaming crimson rock rushed over because this was its territory. Roar! When the azure dragon saw the flaming crimson rock, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and spat out a dragon breath. Beep! The flaming crimson rock was not to be outdone. The flames on its body flickered wildly, and an extremely strong flame met the dragon breath. Rumble! When the two different flames collided, the shockwave spread, and even Xian was affected. Fortunately, he had a high resistance to fire. Otherwise, he would have been burned. Good. 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts are fighting. Not bad, not bad. We can reap the benefits. Xian nodded satisfactorily. The azure dragon and the flaming crimson rock were mortal enemies. Now that the azure dragon had invaded the flaming crimson rock's territory, the two naturally started fighting. Wang. Wei Zhentian suddenly trembled. Don't go. Once you run, the azure dragon will definitely continue to chase you. I want both sides to suffer. Xian said to Wei Zhentian. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He did not expect to encounter such a good thing the moment he entered the Xian death battlefield. 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts could increase his killing intent by a lot. As long as he killed them, even if he did not reach the upper limit, it would be close. Moreover, devouring the corpses of the 2 5th level profound death stage heaven-connecting beasts could be used to recover the cooldown of the unicorn's descent. The old tree could also be used for a breakthrough. Xian would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. The battle between the two heaven-connecting beasts was exceptionally intense. If Xian was not an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. As their strength was similar, both sides were injured. As time passed, their auras started to weaken. Their strength was probably less than 70% of their peak strength. This was a good thing for Xian. The azure dragon's hatred for the flaming crimson rock was very high. A few of its children had died at the hands of the flaming crimson rock. Therefore, it was prepared to perish together with the azure dragon in this battle. Soon, the azure dragon and the flaming crimson rock's profound life chi were exhausted. Next, it was a battle of life and death. Chapter 1487. Roar. Beep. The battle became more and more intense. Xian wanted to intervene, but he was still looking for an opportunity. In the end, the azure dragon bit the crimson rock's body. The Crimson Rock flapped its wings and cut the Azure Dragon's body in half. Both sides were injured. This was the best opportunity for Yi Xian to strike. Wei Zhentian, Blade Storm. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. At the same time, he and the old tree charged forward. Wei Zhentian had been hit by the Azure Dragon's dragon breath. However, with the Immortal Phoenix bloodline's recovery speed and fire resistance, he managed to survive. Now it was time for revenge. Thousands of blood swords swept down and drilled into the Azure Dragon's body. Roar! The Azure Dragon roared in pain, but there was nothing it could do. On the other side, the old tree flashed behind the Crimson Rock and punched at the wound caused by the Azure Dragon. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Crimson Rock's fur was burned away. The wound expanded and blood splattered everywhere. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian raised his sword and slashed down. Killing intent explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. Swoosh. With a piercing sound, half of the Crimson Rock's wing was sliced off. Beep. The Crimson Rock let out a miserable shriek. The flames on its body trembled, and a flaming bird pounced at Yi Xian. Fortunately, Yi Xian was fast enough to dodge it. Yi Xian was very bold to attack two heaven-connecting beasts at level 5 Profound Death Realm at the same time. However, he had no choice. After all, he saw someone coming from afar. He had to deal with it quickly. Fortunately, he asked Wei Zhentian to use Blade Storm. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. A system notification suddenly rang out. The Azure Dragon let out a roar and fell limply to the ground. It was dead. Then, the blood swords flew out of the Azure Dragon's mouth and attacked the Crimson Rock. The power of over 1,000 blood swords was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The Blood Flame Rock was unwilling to give up. It launched another flame assault. However, Wei Zhentian's flame resistance was not low either. He took it head-on. Rip, rip, rip. A series of crisp sounds rang out as all of the blood swords sank into the Blood Flame Rock's body. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent increased by a large margin. However, it was still not enough. Yi Xian couldn't care less. He put away the two corpses and looked ahead. Coincidentally, 3 figures landed and entered Yi Xian's line of sight. The 3 figures were all humans. However, the one leading the group seemed to be at the 4th level of the Profound Death stage, while the other 2 behind him were at the 3rd level of the Profound Death stage. Because his killing intent value had not reached the upper limit, Yi Xian did not choose to break through. Otherwise, he would have killed these people as easily as killing chickens. Kid, did you collect those 2 corpses? The middle-aged man in the lead glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and asked Yi Xian. So what if I did? Yi Xian replied. He guessed that the 3 of them were attracted by the sounds of the battle between the Azure Dragon and the Blood Flame Rock. They also happened to see the 2 5th-level Profound Death stage heaven-reaching beasts injuring each other. The corpses of 2 5th-level Profound Death stage heaven-reaching beasts were extremely precious. How could they not come? Since that is the case, hand them over and I will spare your life. The middle-aged man had an arrogant expression as he spoke to Yi Xian in a commanding tone. As expected, after Yi Xian heard the middle-aged man, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He said, "It is right and proper to kill others for their treasures. However, if you dare to steal from me, Yi Xian, then you should be prepared to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood swords in the air swept out. If it wasn't for the sword storm, this battle would have taken some time. However, with the sword storm, the 3 of them were like chickens and pottery dogs. Residual flame. The old tree also attacked directly. In an instant, he appeared behind a 3rd-level Profound Death stage expert. Bang! Before the other party could react, the old tree had already thrown a punch. The punch landed directly on the other party's head. Immediately, blood and flesh splattered everywhere before they were incinerated. Instant kill. When the 3 of them saw that Yi Xian was only a 1st-level Profound Death stage expert and that the old tree did not look very powerful, they did not take them seriously. Now, they had paid a heavy price. What? The leading middle-aged man and the other person were shocked. How did the head of a person who was still alive, and well a moment ago, suddenly explode? At this moment, the blood swords had already swept over. They hurriedly retaliated. Although many of the blood swords were knocked away, with the immortal phoenix bloodline, the blood swords were immediately repaired and attacked again. Their expressions changed drastically. They finally understood that they had gotten themselves into big trouble. They quickly turned around and left. However, they were already surrounded by the blood swords. How could they escape? Stop! I don't want the corpses. We will leave now. Immediately, the leading middle-aged man screamed in agony. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think this is a public toilet? Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. A flaming sword aura pierced through the air. The blood swords along the way avoided it and hit the other person. Rip! The other third-level profound death stage expert's head was directly chopped off. No, spare my life. The leading middle-aged man wanted to beg for mercy, but his body was pierced by the blood swords and he died on the spot. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for 1 Devour point? Yes. Xian replied directly in his mind. Ding! Killing intent successfully exchanged. Hearing this, Xian subconsciously glanced at it and realized that he already had 3 Devour points. Since the killing intent had reached the upper limit and had been exchanged for Devour points, Xian could break through. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 2nd level profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 3rd level profound death stage. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Currently at 4th level profound death stage. Ding! Wei Zhenqian has broken through. Currently at 3rd level profound death stage. System notifications rang one after another. Xian's team's strength had increased by more than 10 times. Even if they were to encounter the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Rock at the same time, they would be able to fight and kill them. However, just as Xian was about to leave, he suddenly found a secret scroll in the leading man's Qian Kuan ring. Even Xian's Eye of Revelation could not see through this secret scroll. He did not know what it was. Soul, I search his soul. At that moment, Xian searched the soul of the man in the lead and finally found out about the secret scroll. This secret scroll was actually a treasure map. There were a total of 4 pieces. The leading man heard that the city master of Tianluo City was paying a high price to buy this secret scroll. So, he wanted to get rid of this secret scroll. Halfway through, he encountered the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Rock and thought that he had gotten a good deal. Unexpectedly, he was buried here. Chapter 1488. The value of this secret scroll is actually so high. Xian was shocked. From the memories of the leader, he knew that this secret scroll was worth 100,000 battle merits. Moreover, it was 100,000 battle merits from the profound death battlefield. With this, the leader could break through to the 6th level of the profound death realm. I didn't expect it to be so valuable. Looks like I can make a trip to Tianluo City. As long as I obtain this, I can at least reach the 3rd level of the profound death realm, or even the 4th level. Xian narrowed his eyes and headed towards the northwest. This was the direction of Tianluo City. A day later, he arrived at Tianluo City. Tianluo City was considered to be in a good position in the profound death battlefield. It was quite strong, and there were many profound death realm experts on the streets. However, the experienced Xian would not take the secret scroll to the Tianluo City Lord Mansion. What if the other party coveted it? However, after asking around, he dispelled his doubts. There was an auction house in Tianluo City set up by the 100 Fox Manor. Xian could go there to trade. Xian asked a passerby about the location of the auction house. After a while, he arrived at the auction house. "Sir, what do you need?" A waiter came up to greet them. "Call your boss or supervisor," Xian said directly. Hearing this, the auction house attendant's eyes lit up. Usually, this kind of situation meant that there was a big order. "Sir, please follow me." The attendant led Xian into a private room before leaving. After a while, he returned with an old man. When Yi Xian felt this aura, he was shocked. This old man was actually at the 6th level of the profound death realm. "Sir, do you need?" Before the old man could finish speaking, his body trembled violently as he said in shock, "Greetings, my lord." Indeed, Yi Xian's guess was right. The reincarnation fox had already spread the news about him. There were probably many people who knew him. "You know me?" Yi Xian pretended to be surprised and asked. "The Villa Master has ordered us to fully support you, sir. However, we cannot directly give you cultivation resources." The old man replied. The portraits of Yi Xian and the others had spread to all the properties under the 100 Fox Villa. Of course, only the higher-ups of the properties knew about them. "I don't want to take things for free. Here is a secret scroll. Help me." Without another word, Yi Xian took out the secret scroll. In a land of reincarnation, who would dare to touch the guests of Reincarnation Fox? When the old man saw the scroll, he was shocked and said, "It's actually the blueprint of the mystic moon tomb." "What is this?" Yi Xian asked. "The city lord of Heaven Luo City is currently purchasing this secret scroll. Previously, there were already 3 scrolls. Now this is the 4th scroll, the complete set." The old man said excitedly, "Only by gathering all 4 blueprints can you enter the mystic moon tomb and solve the first trap without being injured." "What's in a mystic moon tomb?" Yi Xian asked again. "It's said to be the tomb of a samsara realm expert. The tomb is open, but there are many traps. If you don't know how to solve the traps, you'll die if you enter," the old man replied. "Oh, then help me first." Yi Xian didn't care so much. The old man paused and replied, "The city lord of Heaven Luo City is buying the last scroll for 100,000 battle credits. How about this? I'll buy it for 150,000. Although the Villa Master of 100 Fox Villa had ordered not to directly help Yi Xian, he really did need this secret scroll. He just raised the price a little. Using 50,000 battle credits in exchange for Yi Xian's favor was definitely worth it. "All right, just exchange all the battle credits for ores and fire attribute treasures." Yi Xian nodded. "All right, I'll do it now." The old man was swift and decisive, leaving as soon as he said so. Although he didn't know what Yi Xian wanted these for, he didn't ask and just want to prepare them. Very soon he returned. "My lord, please check." The old man respectfully handed a Qian Kuan ring to Yi Xian. The old man was already very polite to Yi Xian by saying that the price was too high. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't calculate and directly swallowed the ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd tier of Profound Death Realm. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current level is 4th tier of Profound Death Realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has broken through. Current level is 5th tier of Profound Death Realm. As Old Tree had refined a few heaven-reaching beast corpses, the speed of his breakthrough was much faster than Wei Zhentian. At the same time, Yi Xian himself was about to break through to 4th tier of Profound Death Realm. Since the Mystic Moon Tomb is open, doesn't that mean that someone will follow you in now that you've obtained the solution? Yi Xian suddenly asked. The owner of the Mystic Moon Tomb was suspected to be a Samsara realm expert. Naturally, he was interested. "Yes, the 4 secret scrolls are now in the hands of me, the city lord of Heaven Luo City, the palace master of Earth Demon Prefecture, and a mysterious expert. They have already discussed and agreed that whoever has the secret scrolls will get an equal share of the treasures." The old man nodded. "Then you should discuss when I enter." Yi Xian nodded. The old man had just obtained the last secret scroll, and the other 3 forces didn't know about it. Therefore, they still needed to discuss. "My lord, if you're interested, you can join our team when the time comes," the old man said respectfully. "Let's see when the time comes." Yi Xian didn't want to think about it for the time being. He decided to take a look at the Mystic Moon Tomb first before deciding whether to act alone or join the team. "All right, my lord, please do as you wish." After the old man finished speaking, he immediately left the auction house. As for Yi Xian, he directly left as well, leaving only Wei Zhentian to guard this place. If the old man returned, he would immediately report it to Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian and the old tree, They left Heaven Luo City and headed to a dangerous place to kill Tong Tian beasts. Firstly, they could level up. Secondly, they could restore the cooldown of Unicorn's Descent. The four parties in the Mystic Moon Tomb discussed for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yi Xian killed countless Tong Tian beasts and raised his cultivation to the 4th tier of the Profound Death Realm. He gave the rest to the auction house to raise Wei Zhentian's cultivation to the 5th tier of the Profound Death Realm. My lord, the time has been set. It will be tomorrow. The owner of the auction house said to Yi Xian, "How are the strength of the other 3 forces?" Yi Xian asked, "Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one win 100 battles." Although they were working together, they still needed to understand the other 3 forces so that it would be easier for them to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 1489. As for the auction house, Yi Xian understood that it was similar to the Earth Demon residence. However, he didn't understand why the Fox of Reincarnation didn't send someone to bring Luo Luo to the 100 Fox Manor. What would happen if Luo Luo was left to wander outside? Yi Xian didn't know the reason. Maybe the Fox of Reincarnation had already sent a super expert to protect Luo Luo in secret, or maybe it was to let Luo Luo experience and grow by herself. However, Yi Xian had a strange premonition about this trip to the Mystic Moon Tomb. He felt that he would have a great adventure this time. This Mystic Moon Tomb was very important to him. "All right, I'll go with your team tomorrow to take a look." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Yes, my lord." The auction house owner nodded and left immediately. Taking advantage of this day, Yi Xian continued to kill monsters to level up. Now that Song Sui Jing and Judge Song had been rescued, he didn't have to rush for time. If it was before, he would definitely use his soul eye to control the auction house or other forces and plunder them. However, it was boring to use it too much, so it was better to kill monsters himself. Of course, it depended on his mood. One day later, he returned on time. "Greetings, my lord." Seeing Yi Xian return, the auction house owner, Song Qingxing, respectfully said. There were already many experts beside him. At the same time, there was also an expert from the Fox clan whose aura was stronger than Song Qingxing's. 7th Profound Death Realm expert. "Greetings, my lord." The expert from the Fox clan also cupped his fists towards Yi Xian with a respectful expression. "You're from the 100 Fox Manor?" Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. "I'm Bai Ming, the 46th generation disciple of the Bai clan of the 100 Fox Manor." The expert from the Fox clan replied respectfully. Yi Xian didn't know how old the Bai clan generation was, but looking at the expert from the Fox clan, he didn't look old. Seeing Yi Xian's silence, Bai Ming continued, "I'm in charge of this area, and I happen to be nearby, so I want to enter the Mystic Moon Tomb to take a look." Yi Xian faintly nodded his head. Bai Ming was an expert at the 7th level of the Profound Death stage. With him leading them, they would be much safer. Furthermore, they would not be any weaker than the others. After the auction house finished gathering, they met up with the other 3 forces outside the city. When Yi Xian left the city with the group, he found that there were already many people waiting outside. Most of them were unaffiliated players who had heard the news and were preparing to go to the Mystic Moon Tomb together. The Mystic Moon Tomb was open, and anyone could enter. The secret scroll of the 4 sects was only the first level of deciphering. There might be other dangers after entering, so he needed some cannon fodder. At this moment, the other 3 forces had already gathered in another area outside the city. "City Lord, Manor Lord, our people are here," Song Qingxing said to the 2 of them. The City Lord of Heaven Luo City looked like a middle-aged man, and so did the Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor. As for the mysterious expert who had the 3rd secret scroll, he wore a bamboo hat and was hidden under a black robe. He hid his aura very well, and no one dared to approach him. "This is the City Lord of Heaven Luo City," glanced at Bai Ming in surprise. Bai Ming was from the Fox clan. In the land of reincarnation, almost all of the Fox clan at the Profound Death stage were related to the 100 Fox clan. This was a good sign. Bai Ming is in charge of the auction house in the 3 surrounding cities. Bai Ming answered directly. "Seems like he's the manager of the 100 Fox clan." The Manor Lord of Earth Demon Manor frowned. For this trip to the mystic moon tomb, they had already reached an agreement with the city lord of Heaven Luo City. When the time came, they would work together to get rid of the auction house and the others. However, now that someone from the 100 Fox clan had appeared, it was going to be a little difficult. If they were going to do it, they would have to do it thoroughly. Otherwise, they would offend the 100 Fox clan. The 100 Fox clan was one of the 3 overlords in the land of reincarnation. Even if Heaven Luo City's strength was increased by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, they would definitely not be a match for the 100 Fox clan. In fact, they might not even be a match for any of the Fox clan's branches in the 100 Fox clan. It seemed like the agreement between the 2 parties was going to become a 3-party agreement. The city lord of Heaven Luo City and the manor lord of Earth Demon Manor were thinking that even if they had to shed all pretense of cordiality, they couldn't go against the auction house. If that's the case, let's go. The city lord of Heaven Luo City did not waste any time and led the team to hurry on their way. The other forces quickly followed. The 4 secret scrolls had appeared, but they had yet to be deciphered. They decided to wait until they reached the mystic moon tomb. Xianxia mixed in with the auction house's team and scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered that he could not see through the mysterious expert who had the 3rd secret scroll. It seemed like he was at least at the 7th profound death stage. No wonder he dared to come alone. It turned out that he was strong. At this moment, Bai Ming suddenly moved to Xianxia's side and asked, "My lord, may I know where the other lords are?" Although Bai Ming did not finish his sentence, Xianxia caught a word. "Lords? They will appear when we need their help." Xianxia did not intend to answer this question. Bai Ming did not probe further. He had almost spilled the beans, so he quickly fell silent. It took about a day to reach the mystic moon tomb from Heaven Luo City. When the 4 forces arrived, they discovered that there were already more people gathered outside the mystic moon tomb. All of you want to get involved. How can trash like you enter the tomb of a samsara realm expert? The manor lord of Earth Demon Manor snorted. Compared to him, these 3rd and 4th level profound death stage martial artists were indeed trash. Xianxia did not like to hear this. After all, he was only at the 3rd profound death stage. However, he could not be bothered to argue with the manor lord of Earth Demon Manor. The mystic moon tomb had already been dug out, and the entrance was exposed to the air. A large group of people landed in front of the mystic moon tomb. Without saying a word, the 4 forces took out 4 secret scrolls and stacked them together. It was nighttime. Under the moonlight, a map appeared on the 4 secret scrolls stacked together. Indeed, we need to rely on the moonlight. The master of Heaven Luo City's eyes lit up. So this is the map to decipher the first mechanism of the mystic moon tomb. The manor lord of Earth Demon Manor smirked. The first trap in a mystic moon tomb had troubled many people for thousands of years. Even many people from the Earth Demon residence had died in this trap. Since it has been deciphered, let's go in and give it a try. Bai Ming said. However, the 4 factions still copied down the deciphered map and entered the mystic moon tomb. In order to verify the deciphered map, Heaven Luo City, Earth Demon Manor, and Pai Hang each sent out a person to try it. Chapter 1490. These mechanisms were extremely advanced. There were profound death chi, transparent arrows, and earth spikes. Even a 7th or 8th level profound death realm expert would not be able to pass through. I'm only at 3rd level profound death realm, and am about to break through to 4th level profound death realm. This mystic moon tomb chamber is more dangerous for me, Xianxia thought to himself. However, Old Tree was already at 5th level profound death realm and was not weak. If there was any danger, he could escape through the void. He would be safer than the others. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Perhaps after this, his strength would increase tremendously. The deciphering method is correct. Everyone, follow this method and pass through. The Heaven Luo City governor's eyes lit up as he said to the people around him. However, in the next moment, a figure passed by him and rushed into the first mechanism. Everyone focused their eyes and realized that it was the mysterious expert. 3 seconds later, he reached the other end and passed. This guy, I wonder where he came from. I'm afraid his strength is not below mine. The Heaven Luo city governor snorted in his heart. The mysterious expert hid his aura very well. He looked like a 6th-level profound Death Realm expert, but he was actually a 7th-level profound Death Realm expert. However, he had said that he would act on his own once he deciphered the mechanism. The others did not pay much attention to the mysterious expert as they entered the mechanism layer one after another. However, Yixian felt that the mysterious expert was a little strange because his Eye of Revelation could not copy the mysterious expert's movement skill. "My lord, you go in first. I'll guard the back," Bai Ming said to Yixian. "Oh, okay." Yixian took out the deciphering method and passed through the mechanism layer easily. With the deciphering method, everyone quickly came over. The unaffiliated martial artists looked at the scene of the 4 forces passing through and pondered for a while before they began to try. However, the success rate was not 100%. Some people died while some survived. Those who survived would be the first to pass. Heaven Luo City, Earth Demon Residence, and Auction Company did not stop them and let them pass. These people were just cannon fodder. They knew this but still wanted to try. What if they obtained something good? Now that we passed the first stage, there are 4 forks in the road. Why don't we go our separate ways? The city lord of Tian Luo City said. That's what I was thinking as well. Let's all pick a path, said the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. All right, so be it. Bai Ming and Song Qingxing had no objections. It was much more convenient for a force to act on its own. At that moment, the 3 parties each chose a path. The auction party chose the rightmost path. That mysterious expert had left early, and no one knew which path he had taken. Now that the 3 forces had split up, there was a high chance that they would run into each other. However, this was not a problem because there was a fork in the road after the main road. Yixian followed the group carefully. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to summon Megatron and the old tree. Your Excellency's methods are indeed extraordinary. Bai Ming couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the sudden appearance of Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Since we're on the same side, I'll lead the way, the old tree volunteered. Although he was only at 5th level profound Death Realm, he had the ability of immortality. It was best for him and Megatron to lead the way. Bai Ming and the others raised their eyebrows. However, when they saw that Yixian didn't refuse, they didn't say anything. The old tree and Megatron took the lead and charged forward as though they didn't care about their lives. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. 5 minutes later, "Young master, we've encountered something," the old tree reported. "What is it?" Yixian asked in surprise. "It's a human-shaped battle corpse. Its strength is around 5th level profound Death Realm. However, Megatron and I couldn't kill it even when we joined forces. There's a large amount of profound life energy in its body," the old tree replied. Upon hearing this, Yixian quickened his pace and rushed over. When Bai Ming and the others saw this, they quickly followed him. Soon, the 2 parties met up. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of battle could be heard from the front. Yixian saw that the old tree and Megatron were fighting with a battle corpse. Their attacks could indeed hurt the battle corpse. However, there was a large amount of profound life energy in the battle corpse that could heal their injuries in the blink of an eye. What a high defense. What is that? Song Qingxing couldn't help but ask. The old tree's attack was probably not weaker than his. However, the old tree could only barely break through the battle corpse's defense. If he couldn't cause a large amount of damage, it would be difficult to kill it. However, at this moment, huff, huff. Suddenly, the battle corpse's aura skyrocketed and rose to 7th level profound Death Realm. What? Everyone was shocked. What is going on? It was only at 5th level profound Death Realm earlier. Why did it suddenly rise by 2 levels? Bang, bang. This unforeseen event caught the old tree and Megatron off guard and sent them flying. Fortunately, the old tree and Megatron had the immortal Phoenix bloodline. They recovered from their injuries in the blink of an eye. Roar. The battle corpse let out a low roar and charged towards Yixian and the others. Go! Bai Ming didn't waste any time and charged forward. 1 7th level profound Death Realm, 3 6th level Profound Death Realm and 10 5th level Profound Death Realm experts launched their attacks at the same time. This time, they managed to injure the battle corpse. However, its injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. It was very difficult to deal with. Xian didn't move. Instead, he observed the battle corpse with his eye of revelation. He realized that he couldn't see through the battle corpse. However, he did find something strange on the back of the humanoid battle corpse. There's something strange behind his left shoulder, Xian suddenly reminded. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. The old tree even flashed behind the battle corpse and threw a punch. This time, the humanoid battle corpse, which had never defended, unexpectedly blocked the attack. There was indeed something fishy. At that moment, everyone attacked together. Although this humanoid battle corpse was strong, with Old Shu and Bai Ming holding it back, it was quickly defeated. In the end, Old Shu's fist landed on the back of the left shoulder of the humanoid battle corpse, and a crisp cracking sound was heard, as if something had broken. Then, this humanoid battle corpse was unable to recover from its injuries, and was killed by the bombardment. The thing that shattered seemed to be the mysterious life bead. It can store a large amount of mysterious life chi. If a martial artist refines it, they can greatly increase their mysterious life chi. Bai Ming recognized it. Unfortunately, the mysterious life bead had already been shattered. It turned out that this was the reason why the battle corpse could continuously recover. However, they still didn't know why the battle corpse's strength suddenly increased. "My lord, please keep this corpse," Bai Ming said. Chapter 1491. All right. Xian did not waste any more time. He threw it into the planning space and refined it. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Currently at LV4 Profound Death Realm. Ding! Spirit of Ashes has made a breakthrough. Currently at LV6 Profound Death Realm. A system notification caused Xian to be extremely shocked. How did the old tree make a breakthrough? Young master, this battle corpse is of such a high level. It helped me make a breakthrough. The old tree could not believe it. Xian was the same. He did not expect the human-shaped battle corpse to be so beneficial. Moreover, it was just a corpse without a beast soul. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come to the Mystic Moon Tomb Chamber. Congratulations, Master, Bai Ming said after sensing Xian's aura. Let's continue our journey. Xian's eyes lit up. He continued to let the LV6 Profound Death Realm Old Tree and Wei Jintian scout ahead. After a while, the old tree sent another message. Young Master, I've encountered another one. This time, it's at LV6 Profound Death Realm. The old tree said through telepathy. Xian quickly found the battle corpse based on his senses. However, when they approached, the human-shaped battle corpse's aura suddenly surged. LV7 Profound Death Realm. Another surge in strength. Although it was only one level, it was still very strange. Kill. Bai Ming did not care too much. He led the group and charged forward again. Xian used his eye of revelation to observe the battle corpse. In the end, he found that the mysterious life pearl was at the waist of the battle corpse. Crack! The mysterious life pearl was shattered by the old tree. The human-shaped battle corpse lost the healing effect of the mysterious life chi and was killed. As for the corpse, it naturally fell into Xian's hands. Although Xian did not make a breakthrough this time, he still gained a lot. He did not know what level the human-shaped battle corpse was when it was alive. Could it be that the human-shaped battle corpse's strength increases according to the number of people it encounters? Xian suddenly said. Next time, slow down. I'll go first, Bai Ming said to the others. Then, they continued on their way and soon encountered another humanoid battle corpse. This time, it was still at the 6th level of the Profound Death stage. However, when Bai Ming went over to help, the battle corpse suddenly rose to the 7th level of the Profound Death stage. It seemed that the reason why these battle corpses suddenly increased in realm was not because of the number of people, but because they would increase to the highest realm of the person they encountered. Bai Ming was at the 7th level of the Profound Death realm, so it had also risen to the 7th level of the profound death realm. Soon, the 3rd humanoid battle corpse was killed as well. When they encountered the 4th human-shaped battle corpse, Bai Ming didn't go over. Instead, he watched from afar. As expected, this humanoid battle corpse was only at the 6th level of the profound death stage. Only Old Tree and Song Qingxing were at the 6th level of the profound death realm in Pat Xing's group. This also confirmed Yi Xian and the others' conjecture. The battle corpse's level was indeed the same as the strongest person in the team. When Old Tree was at the 5th level of the profound death stage, his battle corpse was also at the 5th level of the profound death stage. After he broke through to the 6th level of the profound death stage, he had not encountered a 5th level battle corpse. For the sake of convenience, Bai Ming stayed at the back of the team. As for the front, Old Tree led the way. If we continue killing like this, Old Tree and I will probably increase our level again, Yi Xian thought to himself. He was currently at the 4th level of the profound death stage, while Old Tree was at the 6th level of the profound death stage. They had only killed close to 10 humanoid battle corpses, but their level had already increased by half. They reckoned that they would be able to break through after encountering a few more humanoid battle corpses. However, just as they finished off the 12th humanoid battle corpse, they suddenly heard some commotion. This sounds like the sound of battle. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly ordered Old Tree to attack. Through their shared vision, he saw a figure fighting a humanoid battle corpse. As soon as Old Tree appeared, this person killed the 7th level of the profound death stage humanoid battle corpse and kept the corpse in an instant. It's that mysterious expert. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. After the mysterious expert saw that the solution was correct, he took the lead and charged forward, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Who would have thought that the team would encounter him? The mysterious expert glanced at Old Tree before turning around and leaving. Even Old Tree might not be able to catch up with his speed. Young master, this person has hidden his strength. Old Tree couldn't help but say. Yes, I saw that he accurately found the location of the profound life pearl, Yi Xian replied. He had relied on the eye of revelation to accurately find the location of the profound life pearl. However, this mysterious expert was actually able to find it. He didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling about this mysterious expert. Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and appeared beside Old Tree. Then, his eyes flickered as he looked at the back of the mysterious expert. Death warrant. Now, Yi Xian could easily find out the location of this mysterious expert. Don't follow him. He's fast and can accurately find the profound life pearl on the battle corpses. There's no meat to eat if you follow him. As Yi Xian spoke, he immediately asked Old Tree and Wei Jintian to switch paths. Soon, Old Tree found another battle corpse. Then, Yi Xian broke through the void and brought Song Qingxing and the other 2-6 profound death realm experts over. However, just as the 4 of them entered, the mystic moon tomb chamber suddenly began to tremble violently. Rumble, what's going on? Yi Xian and the rest were shocked. They quickly guarded their surroundings. Then, the battle corpse suddenly stopped attacking and entered the wall. Rumble, the wall opened and closed. Yi Xian and the rest couldn't understand what was going on. Why did the humanoid battle corpse leave? Before they could react, they felt a pressure on their shoulders. This time, no one could fly. Who activated the forbidden flight formation? Song Qingxing cried out in surprise. Originally, they could fly, but now no one could fly. Even Wei Jintian was suppressed on the ground. He turned into a duck and ran to Yi Xian's feet. Before they could recover from their shock, the ground suddenly opened. Before anyone could react, they all fell. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked. Not only that, but Bai Ming and the rest who were on the other side of the void gate also fell. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people. Every one of them had the ability to destroy heaven and earth. Even if they were hundreds of thousands of miles high in the sky, they couldn't be hurt. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Everyone landed safely. Yi Xian also landed successfully. He quickly scanned the surroundings and realized that there were many people around. There were also many independent teams from Heaven Luo City and Earth Demon residents. There were hundreds of them. Chapter 1492. What's going on? Who triggered the mechanism? The city governor of Heaven Luo City asked curiously. Everyone has come down, and there's a flight prohibiting array. How are we supposed to leave? The Earth Demon Prefecture governor frowned as he looked around. He realized that the surroundings were sealed off, and even the open ceiling was closed. There was no way out. This was a huge palace. There were not many things in the palace except for two strange and huge white bone statues. Other than that, there was nothing else. Seeing this, the city governor of Heaven Luo City and the Earth Demon Prefecture governor came over. Bai Ming, did you notice anything? The city governor of Heaven Luo City asked. No, we were still fighting when we suddenly fell. Bai Ming shook his head. I'll go take a look at the two statues. After the Earth Demon Prefecture governor finished speaking, he led his men toward the two statues. It was strange that there were only two statues in such a huge palace. He was not the only one. Even the city governor of Heaven Luo City and Bai Ming wanted to take a look. However, at this moment, those two statues. Yixian raised his eyebrows as he suddenly noticed something strange. The two statues were not completely sealed off. There were some small holes on them. With the eye of revelation, Yixian saw some strange energy in the small holes. This energy was not profound life qi or profound death qi. However, Yixian felt that he had seen it somewhere before. He thought about it carefully, and a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes widened immediately as he shouted, Bai Ming, come back quickly. Bai Ming did not think much of it, and quickly returned with his men. The city governor of Heaven Luo City and the Earth Demon Prefecture governor frowned slightly when they heard the shout. Yixian was only at the 4th level profound death stage, but he dared to call Bai Ming by his name. Previously, they did not feel at ease when Yixian was with the team. They thought that he was Song Qingxing's man and was only brought here to broaden his horizons. Now, it seemed that was not the case. However, in the next moment, they did not have time to think about it. This was because strange energy suddenly erupted from the two statues. This was murderous aura. That was right. This was the baneful aura. Yixian had seen it before on Earth Emanations Island. There were thousands of tiny holes on each of the two statues. Baleful aura gushed out, and some people were immediately affected. But this time, Yixian did not see the scene that he had imagined. Back then, on Earth Emanations Island, he had unleashed a frenzied, baneful aura. This would cause one's emotions to become irritable and irritable. This time, however, it wasn't the berserk baleful aura, but two other types of baleful aura of wrath and baleful aura of hatred. This calmness only lasted for a few seconds. A few seconds later, a change occurred. Bang! Boom! The battle broke out. Of these two statues, one was filled with anger, while the other was filled with hatred. Although these two kinds of baleful qi were weaker than the berserk baleful qi, they were still very terrifying, second only to the berserk baleful qi. Once it erupted, it would be equally uncontrollable. Wah, Tianluo City Lord, you kill my little brother. I'll kill you. You didn't distribute the missions evenly last time. I'm going to kill you. Just now, it was your mistake that caused the death of my good brother. Go to hell. The entire place was in chaos in an instant. Although those with higher cultivation bases resisted the first wave of baleful aura, there were still the second and third waves. Furthermore, as the baleful aura spread, many people succumbed to it one after another. D***M in it. It's actually baleful aura. Everyone who is conscious, retreat to the corner. The Tianluo City Lord's expression changed drastically, and he quickly led his men to the wall. However, the Earth Demon Prefecture Lord and his men were all struck by the baleful aura. Although the Earth Demon Prefecture and the Hell Prefecture that Yixian had encountered before only differed by one word. The Hell Prefecture was an assassin's faction, while the Earth Demon Prefecture was actually a demonic faction. The baleful aura loved this kind of demonic faction the most. Those who were bloodthirsty and cruel were more likely to be struck by it. Hence, when the Earth Demon Prefecture's men were almost completely annihilated, it started to attack the people around it. At this moment, everyone in the Tianluo city's auction team shuddered. Fortunately, Yi Xian had warned them in time. Otherwise, they would be in deep trouble. Retreat to the corner. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and after letting out a low roar, he kept retreating. Wah! Don't even think about leaving, you black-hearted auction team. You cheated me of 5,000 battle merits last time. I'll kill you. An expert from the Earth Demon Prefecture roared furiously as he charged toward Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian and the old tree attacked together, instantly killing the 6th profound Death Realm expert. Following that, the old tree directly charged into the rioting crowd and started a massacre. At this moment, the baleful aura was still spreading. If it was not suppressed, even the corner would not be safe. Wei Zhentian, go and block the statue on the left. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. Although Wei Zhentian could not fly, he could transform. Moreover, no one noticed him. He easily swept to the statue on the left and suddenly enlarged, wrapping around the statue on the left that was emitting baleful aura like a cloth. The baleful aura stopped spreading. What is this thing? It actually has such an ability. Bai Ming and the rest were shocked. Fortunately, they managed to stop one of the baleful aura from spreading. Fortunately, there was only the baleful aura of anger and baleful aura of hatred. These two types of baleful aura were targeted. For example, the baleful aura of madness that erupted from the Earth Demon Island would cause anyone who came into contact with it to become violent and savage. They would attack everyone nearby. However, the baleful aura of anger and baleful aura of hatred were not the same. However, once the battle continued, the effect would be no different from the baleful aura of madness. After all, the battle would affect the surrounding people. In this case, apart from oneself, everyone else would be the enemy. This was no different from the baleful aura of madness. The Heaven Luo City's City Lords team only lost a few people with low cultivation realms. Comparatively speaking, they were still fine. At this moment, they had also retreated to the corner. If anyone dared to approach them, they would focus their fire and kill them. Bai Ming, what is going on? The Heaven Luo City's City Lord asked loudly. What else could it be? Someone must have triggered the mechanism. Bai Ming replied. But why is that mysterious expert not here? The Heaven Luo City's City Lord said in surprise. After his reminder, everyone came to their senses. Out of the 4 forces, there were only 3 forces here. Where did that mysterious expert go? At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately looked around. Previously, he had used the death hunting order to mark the mysterious expert. Now he could find him. However, when he looked around, he saw that mysterious expert. He was waiting behind a wall that was tens of meters above the ground in the north of the palace. If it was not for the scarlet kill mark of the death hunting order, Yi Xian would not have been able to find him. This mechanism was triggered by that mysterious expert. Chapter 1493. Everyone had fallen, but why hadn't that mysterious expert fallen yet? Why was he standing behind the wall? Was he waiting for the people to finish killing each other before he came out? However, at this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less because the baleful aura of hatred had already spread to the corner. Block the chi of hatred, Bai Ming yelled. Everyone activated the true chi and manifestation strength in their bodies to form a barrier to prevent the chi of hatred from spreading. Otherwise, they would also suffer from chi deviation. Close to 10 seconds had passed since the battle started. Many of the people in front of the 2 statues had died, leaving only 30 or so people still fighting. However, just as Yi Xian was thinking about how to deal with it, a crisp sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Yi Xian focused his eyes and realized that the white bone statue that was constantly emitting the chi of hatred had suddenly exploded. Immediately after, the baleful aura of wrath in the palace gathered towards it and condensed into an earth fiend. Chi of hatred. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he recognized it. At this very moment, the fiendish aura of wrath in the palace had already been absorbed by the fiendish spirit. After the absorption, the fiendish spirit was over 20 meters tall. Its aura was not weak, and it was at least at the 7th tier of the profound death stage. However, this was not the end. Suddenly, waves of qi of hatred surged out from the bodies of those who had died. Moreover, it was very abundant. Oh no, there's qi of hatred in the bodies of those who died. Don't let it absorb anymore. Bai Ming widened his eyes and immediately yelled. The qi of hatred from before had been absorbed by many people. Now that these people were dead, the qi of hatred was attracted by the qi of hatred and left the corpses. The qi of hatred that had circulated in the bodies of these people was much stronger than before. At this level, most people had lived for thousands of years, and there were many who had lived for more than 5,000 years. After so many years, who didn't have qi of hatred? After absorbing the qi of hatred from the dead, the qi of hatred had become much stronger. If the qi of hatred was absorbed by the qi of hatred, it would probably grow to the 8th tier of the profound death realm, or even a 9th tier of the profound death realm. If it didn't stop it, everyone would probably die here. The city lord of Tianluo City also reacted. While they were able to deal with a 7th level profound death stage qi of wrath, it would be troublesome if it grew to the 8th level profound death stage. Don't forget, there was still a large amount of hatred in the surroundings. Quick, get rid of this wrath of wrath first, or else we'll be in trouble. Without hesitation, the Heaven Luo city governor led all of his subordinates and opened up a path. They began to attack the wrath of wrath, which had already grown to the 7th tier of the profound death stage. It was the same for Yixian. Killing intent explosion, burning heaven sword art. Yixian launched an attack from afar. Although there was something inside that could absorb the baleful aura of rage and baleful aura of hatred, how could it be faster than the baleful aura of rage? Wei Zhentian was still wrapping up the fiend of hatred and couldn't make a move. If he were to let others absorb the baleful aura now, they might not be able to finish absorbing the baleful aura by the time the baleful aura of wrath reached the 9th stage of the profound death realm. It was better to wait until the baleful aura of wrath was dealt with first. The baleful aura of wrath was already able to move. However, it was only at the 7th tier of the profound death stage, and its strength was limited. In addition, the humans had the advantage in numbers. Without exception, the attacks landed on its body. Bang, bang, bang. The baleful aura of wrath was severely injured, and its baleful aura was overflowing. Creatures like the earth fiends were easier to kill. Like the ghost spirits, they had weaknesses all over their bodies. As long as they were continuously attacked, their strength would continue to weaken. However, as long as they were given time, they could continuously absorb the baleful aura to recover. Therefore, they had to kill the baleful aura of wrath within a short period of time and absorb the baleful aura of wrath. However, the baleful aura of wrath could control those who were still alive, including the Earth Demon Prefecture Master who was bewitched by the baleful aura of wrath. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the side. Yixian focused his eyes and saw that Wei Zhentian had been sent flying. The other white bone statue had already shattered. Another baleful aura of wrath saw the light of day once again. With its appearance, the baleful aura of wrath in the entire palace was stirred up. Enormous baleful aura of wrath also surged out from the corpses. Deal with this baleful aura of wrath first. The city master of Heaven Luo City suddenly shouted. Compared to the baleful aura of wrath that had already grown to the 7th tier of the profound death stage, this young baleful aura of wrath that had just appeared was easier to deal with. Under everyone's attacks, the baleful aura of wrath was killed in one hit. Its entire body exploded and turned into countless baleful aura of wrath. Don't let it condense into a new form. All those at the 5th tier of the profound death stage, use this to absorb the baleful aura. As Yixian spoke, he suddenly threw out baleful aura absorption bottles. Those people did not understand what it was. However, when they activated it with their true qi, they realized that the baleful aura in the surroundings was absorbed into the bottles. It was very magical. As for the warriors of the 6th tier of the Profound Death stage, they continuously attacked the baleful aura of wrath at the 7th tier of the Profound Death stage. However, the baleful aura of wrath was absorbing the baleful aura of wrath at an astonishing speed. Under everyone's attacks, the baleful aura's absorption speed was actually equal to the baleful aura of wrath. It was simply unbelievable. The humans felt immense pressure. Not only did they have to defend against the baleful aura, they also had to attack the baleful aura of wrath. Furthermore, the Palace Master of the Earth Demon Prefecture and the others were helping the baleful aura of wrath. The situation was not looking good. Old Tree, kill everyone who is in the way, Xianxia said to Old Tree. All right, Old Tree, who was attacking the baleful aura of wrath, responded. He instantly flashed behind a warrior who had been bewitched by the baleful aura of wrath and smashed his head with a punch. As long as these people were taken care of, the pressure would be reduced by a lot. However, things were not that simple. Wah! Suddenly, a few of the people on padding line side were hit. They were then controlled by the baleful aura of wrath and attacked the people around them. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed across Xianxia's eyes. He raised his hand and killed them with a few slashes. Although it was possible to use the Eye of Soul to capture these people, Xianxia was only at the 4th tier of the Profound Death stage. These people were controlled by the baleful aura of wrath. It was not that easy to use the Eye of Soul to capture them. Therefore, he could only kill them. In fact, Xianxia felt very helpless. If Luo's cultivation level was high enough, she could directly use the Eye of Charm. She would have many more helpers. Unfortunately, Luo was only at the 2nd tier of the Profound Death stage. It was too dangerous for her to fall for the trick. Therefore, Xianxia asked her to continue cultivating. As for Bai Ming, although he was from the Fox clan, he was a moonlight fox and could increase his battle strength under the moonlight. He did not know how to use the Eye of Charm. He was one of the few members of the Fox clan who could not learn the Eye of Charm. Chapter 1494. Wei Zhentian, collect the Qian Kuan rings for me. Xianxia said to Wei Zhentian. There were many corpses on the ground, and there might be many battle corpses among them. As long as Xianxia or Old Tree could achieve a breakthrough, the crisis would be resolved. Wei Zhentian accepted the order and quickly collected the Qian Kuan rings. At this moment, Xianxia focused his attention on the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. The Earth Demon Prefecture's team was not weak, and there might be many battle corpses among them. Old Tree, finish him off. Xianxia ordered Old Tree again. No problem, Old Tree responded. In a flash, he appeared behind the Earth Demon Manor's Palace Master and punched out. Although the Earth Demon Prefecture Master was bewitched, his battle consciousness was still intact. The moment before the attack hit, his vital energy surged out to defend himself. Unfortunately, Old Tree was currently at 6th level Profound Death Realm. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Earth Demon Palace's Palace Master was sent flying forward, just in time to collide with Xianxia's attack. Bam! Another muffled sound rang out. Unfortunately, the Earth Demon Prefecture Master seemed to have used his trump card. His eyes turned black, and his aura skyrocketed. Seeing that he was still alive, Old Tree flashed over and threw another punch. Unexpectedly, the Earth Demon Manor's Palace Master turned around and attacked, directly killing Old Shu. Ding! The Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! The Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. When Xianxia heard the 2 system prompts, he was shocked. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. The Wrath of Wrath suddenly exploded and turned into countless murderous auras that gathered toward the Earth Demon Prefecture Master. The Earth Demon Prefecture Master's aura skyrocketed again. 8th level Profound Death Realm. Oh no, the Earth Demon has possessed him. Xianxia's expression changed. This scene was beyond his ability to react. He had no time to stop it, and it was the same for Bai Ming, who was at 7th level Profound Death Realm. 9 Reincarnation Flash. 5th Flash. A light flickered in Bai Ming's eyes, and he appeared beside the Earth Demon Manor Principal in a flash. However, The Earth Demon Manor Principal, who had used his trump card and was possessed by the Fiend of Wrath, was too powerful. With a single punch, Bai Ming's chest was pierced through. Bang! Bai Ming's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that he was seriously injured. Fortunately, his heart wasn't injured, so he saved his life. But now, things had become even more troublesome. The Earth Demon Prefecture's Palace Master, who was at the 8th level of the Profound Death Realm, was extremely powerful. Currently, only the Heaven Luo City Lord was at a similar level to him. Seeing that Bai Ming was heavily injured, the Heavenly Luo City's Castellan immediately acted, stopping the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord from pursuing Bai Ming and killing him. If Bai Ming died, their chances of winning would drop by at least 30%. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Ming quickly swallowed a pill and used the mysterious life qi to heal his injuries. Next, they really had to go all out. Coincidentally, Wei Jintian had returned with a large number of interspatial rings. Yixian immediately devoured the items in these interspatial rings. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 5th tier of the Profound Death stage. Ding! Wei Jintian has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 6th tier of the Profound Death stage. Ding! The Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 7th tier of the Profound Death stage. 3 consecutive system notifications sounded. Yixian and the other two's strength had increased by several folds. With this, they had the strength to face the upcoming battle. Wei Jintian, take care of the others. Old Tree and I will take care of the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord. Yixian immediately gave the order. In fact, he could have used his trump cards right from the start, such as the Blade Storm and Unicorn's Descent. However, he felt that these 2 Earth Demons weren't much of a threat. The real boss had probably not appeared yet. Wasn't the mysterious expert marked by the Death Hunting Order still behind the wall, watching them kill each other? Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. Yixian, Old Tree, and the Heavenly Luo City's Castellan joined forces to attack the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord. As for the others, they were either taking care of the remaining cultivators who had lost their minds or clearing away the murderous aura to make room for Yixian and the others. The Heavenly Luo City's Castellan never expected that there were actually several experts hidden in the auction house's team, such as Yixian and Old Tree. If they weren't here this time, everyone would probably die. It was undeniable that the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was now extremely powerful. In a 1 versus 3 situation, he actually had the upper hand. It was also Yixian's fault that he was frightened by the murderous aura earlier. In order to protect the others, he didn't immediately activate the Killing Feast. Otherwise, with the multifold boost, he would definitely be able to kill the murderous aura of wrath and the murderous aura of hatred in a short period of time. At this point, there was no point in regretting it. He should just kill the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord first. Wah, I'm going to kill all of you. The Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord had already gone crazy. Even without the murderous aura of madness, he had already gone mad. The others were all his enemies. Fortunately, Yixian and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand. This was because Bai Ming and the others had already dealt with those who were confused. Now, only the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was left. Of course, they also suffered heavy losses. The auction house had lost a 6th level Profound Death Realm expert, and only 4 5th level Profound Death Realm experts were left. On the other hand, the Heavenly Luo City side was in a similar situation. However, at this moment, the murderous aura of hatred suddenly condensed again. Disperse. Seeing this, Bai Ming immediately shot forward and dispersed the murderous aura of hatred that had just condensed with a single palm strike. Then, he quickly joined Yixian's battle. The battle between the 4 great experts and the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord finally stabilized the situation. Yixian estimated that the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord would be killed by him in 3 seconds. Of course, it would be fine as long as there weren't any unforeseen circumstances in the meantime. Boom, boom, boom. In the palace, the sounds of battle rang out continuously. Soon, the Earth Demon Manor's Manor Lord was defeated. Seeing this, the murderous aura of madness that was attached to his body quickly left his body. Swish! Just as the murderous aura of madness left his body, the Earth Demon Manor Lord's head was directly chopped off by Yi Xian's sword. Trying to escape? Disperse. Looking at the enormous murderous aura of madness, Old Tree quickly flashed over and blasted a flaming fist down. Bang! The murderous aura of madness was greatly dispersed by the punch, and its aura instantly weakened by a notch. Taking advantage of the fact that it had yet to condense fully, the crowd chased after it and directly broke it into thousands of small murderous auras. The two murderous auras have been dispersed, but this palace is in a sealed state, so we must absorb the murderous auras. Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw out more murderous aura absorption bottles, preparing to absorb all the murderous auras. The murderous auras could be used to refine a higher-grade Earth Demon pill. When the time came and he gave it to Luo, her realm might be able to catch up quickly. Although they did not know why Yi Xian had such a thing, the crowd did not ask much and directly collected all the murderous auras in the palace. Chapter 1495. At this moment, besides Yi Xian's group of 3, there were only 5 people left on Heaven Luo City's side. They were respectively the City Lord of Heaven Luo City and an expert at the 6th level of the Profound Death Realm. As for those at the 5th level of the Profound Death Realm, there were only 3. Compared to the Tianluo City Governor's Mansion, there was one more LV6 Profound Death Realm expert and one more LV5 Profound Death Realm expert. Huff, this is too scary. Who triggered the mechanism? The Tianluo City Governor was sweating profusely. He had used up a lot of true qi in his body. If he continued to fight, his profound life qi would be depleted, and he would die easily. Bai Ming glanced at the corpses on the ground and shook his head helplessly. This Mystic Moon Tomb Chamber was too scary. If more people came, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, there were those strange battle corpses. If a few of them suddenly appeared, it would be terrifying. After all, battle corpses could increase their level at will, and they would at least reach LV7 Profound Death Realm. Bai Ming quickly dismissed this idea. What if it really happened? I might know who triggered the mechanism. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. Everyone focused their attention on Yi Xian. The Tianluo City Governor was shocked. Who? That mysterious man? That's right. Yi Xian responded and immediately gave the order to Old Tree. Residual Flame, Doppelganger. Old Tree flashed over and arrived in front of the wall. He then punched hard. Bang! The wall's defense was very high. Old Tree's punch could not break it. Sir, you should be out now, right? Yi Xian said to the person in front of him. With the death hunting order, Yi Xian could accurately sense that the mysterious man was behind the wall. In addition, the scarlet word kill had exposed him. What? The mysterious man is here? The Tianluo City Governor, Bai Ming, and the rest were shocked. Gotcha! At this moment, the wall suddenly cracked open and a figure walked out. This person was the mysterious bamboo hat man who held the 3rd secret scroll. How did you know I was here? The mysterious man glanced at the old tree beside him. If it were just a guess, it was fine. However, the fact that the old tree and Yi Xian were able to pinpoint his exact location was a little strange. That wall was incomparably hard and isolated aura. Without a special method, it was impossible to open it. How did Yi Xian and the old tree find out? You don't need to know that. Yi Xian did not intend to answer this question. He looked at the corpses on the ground and asked, These are your masterpieces, right? That's right. I was the one who triggered the mechanism. The mysterious bamboo hat man nodded. Bastard, who the hell are you? Even now, you still won't show your face? Heaven Luo City's city lord was furious. After all, many experts had died in the Heaven Luo City's city lord mansion. Even he had almost died here. Fine. Hearing this, the mysterious bamboo hat man directly took off his bamboo hat and black robe, revealing his true appearance. Everyone was extremely shocked because the face under the bamboo hat was actually that of a youth. So young? Who are you? Bai Ming thought for a moment and found no memory of this youth, so he asked directly. Qi Tianrue. The mysterious man answered. Qi Tianrui was a name that was very unfamiliar to everyone. I know you haven't heard of this name, but you should have heard of my sister's name. After the mysterious man finished speaking, he paused for a moment and then said a name, Qi Xianxia. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's bodies trembled. Qi Xianxia, the Xianxia tomb room? Everyone immediately came to a realization. Qi Tianrui was the brother of Qi Xianxia, the owner of the Xianxia tomb room? That's right. This tomb room was built by my sister, but it was after I reincarnated, Qi Tianrui said. Now, the truth of the matter was more or less revealed. This tomb room was built by Qi Tianrui's sister. Although it was built after Qi Tianrui reincarnated, Qi Tianrui was Qi Xuanyue's brother after all, so it was reasonable that he knew some mechanisms and habits. Yi Xian and the others did not expect Qi Tianrui to be a reincarnator. This meant that Qi Tianrui was at least a samsara realm expert in his previous life. So what if you're a reincarnator? Since the Xianxia tomb room is open, it means that the treasures are available to the capable. So what if you're her brother? The Tianluo city governor snorted. My sister built this tomb room after I reincarnated. I don't know if she died or reincarnated, but since I'm here, no one can take away the treasures here. Qi Tianrui's eyes flickered with killing intent. The Tianluo city governor, also emitted a murderous intent. If it weren't for Qi Tianrui, the city governor's mansion would not have lost so many people. You're just a LV7 profound death realm expert. You're just an ant in front of me. If it were me in my previous life, you wouldn't even be qualified to serve me tea. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You must be tired of living. Qi Tianrui said coldly. A reincarnation realm expert was indeed very powerful, at least 100 times stronger than the Tianluo city governor, who was at LV7 profound death realm. However, that was only in his previous life. Wasn't Qi Tianrui at LV7 profound death realm now? If you're so powerful, why do you need to resort to such means to reincarnate? Reincarnate? You're just a piece of *T. The Tianluo city governor sneered. What did you say? Qi Tianrui was furious and looked like he was about to attack. Although he was only at LV7 profound death realm, which was the same as the Tianluo city governor, he had awakened. How could his combat strength be compared to ordinary people? I'm just here to see how powerful a reincarnator is. The Tianluo city governor snorted and said to Yi Xian and the others, please don't attack. Yi Xian originally wanted to besiege Qi Tianrui, but after hearing the Tianluo city governor's words, he decided to go along with it. Challenging a reincarnator at the same level was extremely arrogant. Newborn calves are truly fearless. Qi Tianrui snorted and jumped down, charging toward the Tianluo city governor. In fact, the Tianluo city governor had also inhaled some of the evil qi of wrath and evil qi of hatred, but he was not confused yet. Therefore, he hated Qi Tianrui to the core. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows. The Tianluo city governor had already fought a battle, so both his true qi and life and death mystic qi were consumed. In addition, his opponent was a reincarnator, so the Tianluo city governor was sent flying with one punch. Mystic Moon Samsara Slash. Qi Tianrui did not plan to fight the Tianluo city governor for too long, so he directly used his trump card. Chapter 1496. Instant kill. Only 1 second had passed since the beginning of the battle. How could Qi Tianrui be so powerful? City Lord. When the 6th level profound death stage experts from the city governor's estate saw the fall of the city governor, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and cry out in surprise. They were both 7th LV profound death realm experts, but why was the gap between them so huge? Yi Xian, who had fought with reincarnators many times, knew that reincarnators were not easy to deal with. The city lord of Tianluo City was courting death. Yi Xian had expected that the city lord would be instantly killed by Qi Tianrui. Qi Tianrui put away the city lord's interspatial ring and turned to face Yi Xian and the others. See? This is the result of his ignorance. What do you want? Bai Ming asked with glinting eyes. You must be from the Bai family of 100 Fox Manor. Leave, Qi Tianrui said to Bai Ming. Although he was a Samsara realm expert in his previous life, he was not worth mentioning in the eyes of 100 Fox Manor. There was no need for him to provoke such a powerful enemy. Ha! Bai Ming smiled faintly and said, You're just a Samsara realm expert. It's not like I haven't seen one before. Besides, you're only at 7th LV Profound Death Realm. Don't be so ungrateful. You can't handle a 7th LV Profound Death Realm expert. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, Qi Tianrui said impatiently. If that's the case, I'll see what you can do. Bai Ming snorted. But before he could finish his words, Qi Tianrui interrupted. No need. Let's fight together. Yixian did not hesitate and sent a voice transmission to Old Tree. Kill. This reincarnator Qi Tianrui was too arrogant, but he was not that powerful because he had to rely on others to kill the 2 earth demons. There was no suspense in this battle at all. The Old Tree was currently at the 7th tier of the Profound Death Realm. Just like Qi Tianrui, the reincarnator, the Old Tree alone could probably take on Qi Tianrui, let alone Yixian and the others. Previously, the city lord of Tianluo City was courting death when he challenged Qi Tianrui one-on-one. Now, Qi Tianrui was also courting death when he fought against so many people. Residual Flame. After receiving Yi Xian's instructions, the Old Tree immediately created 2 Residual Flame clones, one on the left and one behind Qi Tianrui. Then, he quickly changed his position and punched out. Although Qi Tianrui was behind the wall just now, he hadn't seen the Old Tree fight, so he was a little shocked. However, he was still a true reincarnator, so it was unlikely that he would be killed instantly. Bang! Qi Tianrui turned around and threw a punch at the Old Tree's fist. Immediately, the mysterious Death Qi and the Old Tree's genuine Qi collided. To Qi Tianrui's disbelief, he was evenly matched with the Old Tree. Who was he? Even the city lord of Tianluo City, who was at the 7th tier of the Profound Death Realm, couldn't block his punch. How could this bald old man do it? At this moment, Qi Tianrui vaguely felt that he might have been careless. Moonlight Slash. Bai Ming, who was also at the 7th tier of the Profound Death Realm, had already rushed in front of him. With a slash of his longsword, a white crescent slash broke through the air. Bai Ming was a member of the Bai family in 100 Fox Villa. Although he wasn't a top genius, he was pretty good. After all, he was only 1,000 years old, so his strength couldn't be measured by normal standards. Mystic Moon Samsara Slash. Qi Tianrui attacked again, but surprisingly, this move didn't meet Bai Ming's Moonlight Slash. Instead, it brushed past the Moonlight Slash. Just now, he had used this move to kill the city lord of Tianluo City. Bai Ming wasn't stupid. He had seen it once, so he couldn't fall for the same move. He hurriedly dodged. However, this move wasn't as simple as he thought it would be. After the Mystic Moon Samsara Slash turned back and was dodged by Bai Ming, it changed its direction again and followed Bai Ming. This was a tracking skill. Nice superpower. In the distance, Yixian looked on enviously. Unfortunately, he couldn't copy this move with the Eye of Revelation. Since Old Tree and Bai Ming had already attacked, he couldn't hold back. Although his realm was 2 levels lower than Qi Tianrui's, he could help from afar. Killing Intent Explosion. Sky Burning Sword Technique. His attack wasn't any weaker than the others. At the same time, Song Qingxing and the other 3 martial artists of the 6th tier of the Profound Death Realm also attacked. Humph! The reincarnator and Qi Tianrui snorted. No one knew what they meant. Qi Tianrui regretted underestimating Yixian and the others. Bai Ming and the others were fine, but the Old Tree was a little more difficult to deal with. His attack power wasn't weak, and he could change his position. It was disgusting. You forced me to do this. Go to hell. Qi Tianrui suddenly felt something was wrong. He directly used the strongest move he could currently use. Samsara Gale Slash. The true Qi in Qi Tianrui's body surged. In the next moment, with his body as the center, numerous terrifying slashes burst out. All of them were crescent moon Samsara slashes under his control. In an instant, More than a dozen slashes swept out toward everyone. Damn, is he using his ultimate move? Yixian was shocked. Fortunately, his attack power wasn't weak, and Qi Tianrui didn't take him seriously. Therefore, only one crescent moon samsara slash was sent toward him. Killing intent explosion. Sky-burning sword technique. Boom! The crescent moon samsara slash was defeated, but the others weren't so lucky. Song Qingxing, the owner of the auction house, joined forces with the other two experts at the 6th tier of the Profound Death Realm and burned their lives to survive. As for the other martial artists at the 5th tier of the Profound Death Realm, they were all dead. Oh no! Bai Ming raised his eyebrows. After killing the others, the crescent moon samsara slashes swept toward Yixian and the others. There were more than a dozen of them. How could Yixian block them? Don't underestimate me. Yixian didn't panic and quickly attacked. At the same time, Old Tree flashed back and used the Raging Inferno shield to save Song Qingxing and the others. Bang! 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 After absorbing 3 crescent moon samsara slashes, the Raging Inferno shield couldn't withstand it and exploded. The power of the explosion wasn't weak, and it scattered the remaining crescent moon samsara slashes. Song Qingxing and the others survived because of this. You're quite capable. Let's see how many rounds you can last. Qi Tianrui said coldly and prepared to use another round of samsara gale slash. I didn't want to use it, but you asked for it. At this moment, Yixian's eyes flashed. He decided to use his strongest trump card, Unicorn Descent. Before Qi Tianrui could make a move, a huge flaming hoof slammed down on him. What? Chapter 1497. Qi Tianrui was about to launch the second round of attacks. Now that he was hit, his genuine qi was in chaos, which worsened his injuries. Before he could react, the second Qilance descent was formed again and mercilessly slammed down on him. Qi Tianrui, who was seriously injured, looked up at the flaming hoof with a desperate expression. He didn't know who had used this move. Was it Bai Ming? However, Bai Ming was still in a state of shock. Obviously not. He was very strong, but he didn't use his full strength. After all, Yixian had never failed to use this move. Boom! The second flaming hoof fell and killed Qi Tianrui in an instant. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, proving that Qi Tianrui was dead. Yixian didn't want to use it at first because he felt strange. Maybe things weren't that simple, so he wanted to keep it. However, if he didn't use it now, it would be difficult to deal with Qi Tianrui, Mo Shui, Nailin Bing, and Nailin Jia, who Yixian had met before, couldn't be considered as reincarnators. They were only in the profound life realm. Qi Tianrui was a real reincarnator. He had reincarnated himself. In comparison, Mo Shui and the other two were like ants. He's dead. Bai Ming and the others were stunned when they saw Qi Tianrui's burnt body. They didn't react until the old tree brought the interspatial rings back to Yixian. Yixian took the 2 interspatial rings, but there weren't many good things inside. However, they helped Wei Jintian break through to the 7th tier of the Profound Death Realm. Qi Tianrui reincarnated himself, and might have given his things to his sister, Qi Xianyue. Qi Xianyue might be the one who built this tomb. Their things might be here, Yixian thought to himself. However, when a reincarnator died, there would be some strange phenomena. For example, the Eye of Reincarnation. As soon as he thought of this, an Eye of Reincarnation appeared in the sky above the palace. He wondered who the Eye of Samsara represented. Was it the Fox of Samsara, the Master of Samsara City, or the Samsara Venerable? After the Eye of Reincarnation appeared, it directly absorbed the strand of reincarnation will. Then, the other 2 Eyes of Reincarnation appeared one after another. Reincarnation supremacy, you're quite fast this time. The voice of the Samsara City Lord rang out. This time, they did not conjure up any illusions. Humph! The Eye of Reincarnation that appeared first let out a cold snort and then disappeared. It turned out that reincarnation supremacy was the first to arrive. It's you again. Young man, We seem to be fated. Samsara City Master could not help but ask after Samsara Supremacy left. Greetings, seniors. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. Well, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Samsara City Master did not waste any more time and left directly. In the end, only the eye of reincarnation of the Fox of Reincarnation was left. At this moment, Yi Xian called Luo Luo out from the planting space and asked her to meet the Fox of Reincarnation. Yi Xian did not communicate with Luo Luo beforehand, so she was a little confused. Before she could react, she said directly, "Young master, what happened just now?" The base of the life and death plate kept on shaking. What? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The base of the life and death plate had always been fine. Luo Luo was also using the base of the life and death plate to refine the mystic life qi and mystic death qi. Why would there be a sudden change? However, he would talk about this later. Greetings, Villa Master. Bai Ming suddenly greeted him respectfully. At this moment, the eye of reincarnation had already conjured up a beautiful figure. It was the lady from the other day. You've leveled up quite quickly, the lady said in surprise. She remembered that the last time she saw Yi Xian and Luo Luo, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only on the immortality realm. Now, both of them had suddenly leveled up to the mystic death realm. This was unbelievable. After all, it had only been a short while. At this rate, it would not take long for them to reach the samsara realm. How terrifying! Even the reincarnation fox could not achieve this speed when he was cultivating. Thank you for your compliment, senior, Yi Xian said respectfully. The lady nodded slightly. Then, her gaze landed on Luo Luo as she said, "Do you want to follow me or continue to stay by his side and rely on your own strength to reach the 100 Fox Manor?" Luo Luo was stunned when she heard this. She hesitated. After finding out that she was a reincarnator, she was very curious about her past life. However, the reincarnation fox seemed to only want to take her away. She did not want to leave Yi Xian, so she was hesitant. Yi Xian did not know what Luo Luo would choose, but it did not matter. It would not matter if Luo Luo followed the reincarnation fox to the 100 Fox Manor. After all, he would be able to reach the 100 Fox Manor soon. Luo Luo thought for a moment and replied, "Young master, and I will go to the 100 Fox Manor." "All right, I'll wait for you. Also, this tomb is not as simple as you think. Be careful." The lady did not insist. She disappeared immediately. "Farewell, Manor Master," Bai Ming said respectfully. Song Qingxing already knew Yi Xian's identity, but the other two 6th-tier profound death realm martial artists did not. When they saw that Yi Xian and Luo Luo knew the reincarnation fox, they were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Who was the reincarnation fox? He was one of the 3 overlords of the land of reincarnation. However, the last words of the Fox of Samsara before it left surprised Yi Xian. The tomb was not that simple. Could it be that there were other dangers? If Senior Reincarnation Fox said so, then there must be. Be careful, Yi Xian thought to himself. He sent Luo Luo to the planting space so that she could continue to cultivate. "My lord, we are now," after the reincarnation fox left, Bai Ming flashed to Yi Xian's side and waited for instructions. "We should be able to get out from there," but Yi Xian glanced at the door that Qi Tianrui had come out from. Then, a gust of true energy gushed out and cleared a piece of the ground. There were 2 mechanisms under the 2 broken bone statues. They had not noticed them when they were fighting, but Yi Xian had noticed them after the reincarnation fox's reminder. He did not know what these 2 mechanisms would activate. "If you want to leave, you can leave now," Yi Xian said to Bai Ming, Song Qingxing, and Luo Luo. This, Bai Ming, Song Qingxing, and the other 2 6th-tier profound death realm martial artists looked at each other. The 2 earth fiends had almost killed them. Then, a reincarnation traveler appeared and killed them until they were the only ones left. How could he leave now that he had come this far? "I'll stay," Song Qingxing, the owner of the auction house, said directly. Me too. Chapter 1498. "I will stay to protect you, my lord," Bai Ming said firmly. Although one of them was from the Tianluo city governor's mansion, it was useless for him to stay since the Tianluo city governor was dead. However, He was determined to stay after knowing that Yixian was related to the reincarnation fox. If he could build a good relationship with Yixian, his future would be bright. All right, since you're not leaving, I will activate the mechanism. Yixian stopped persuading them. If there was any danger, he could just break open the void and leave. Activating the mechanism might be dangerous, so they retreated to a corner and let Wei Zhentian and the old tree open the door. The two of them stood in position and waited for Yi Xian's instructions. Activate, Yi Xian said after he was ready. Kacha, kacha. The two mechanisms were activated at the same time. Immediately after, the entire palace rumbled. The center of the palace suddenly split open, and a huge stone coffin rose from it. Is this the coffin of the Samsara realm elite, Qi Xianyue? Bai Ming said in surprise. If that was the case, there might be something in it that belonged to Qi Xianyue when she was alive. Of course, Qi Xianyue could also be reincarnated. However, after she reincarnated, her physical body was considered dead. However, Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. Young master, there's no other movement. Should we open the stone coffin? The old tree asked curiously. Yi Xian waited for a while before he nodded and said, "Open it." Okay. The old tree and Wei Zhentian followed Yi Xian's order and pride opened the lid of the stone coffin. However, at this moment, a powerful, mysterious death aura suddenly erupted from the coffin. Wei Zhentian and the old tree accidentally touched the aura and were instantly burned to ashes. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. For system notifications sounded out in a row. Yi Xian was completely stupefied. Wei Zhentian and the old tree had only come into contact with a little of it, and they were instantly killed. Just how powerful was this mysterious death chi? What's in here? Yi Xian asked in shock. No, I didn't see anything. The old tree shook his head. That made sense. His vision was shared with Yi Xian, so Yi Xian couldn't see what was inside. However, he already knew how powerful the thing inside was. It was actually able to instantly kill Wei Zhentian and the old tree who possessed the immortal phoenix bloodline. It was definitely extremely terrifying. Just as Yi Xian was about to get old tree to use an attack to send the sarcophagus's lid flying, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a crisp sound entered their ears. Kacha! The coffin opened by itself, but there was only a small opening about the length of an index finger. The old tree was about to go over and take a look, but at this moment, the entire palace changed again. Boom! Countless doors suddenly opened on the four sides of the palace. Then, one after another, battle corpses walked out. 1, 2, 3, Yi Xian and the others subconsciously started counting. When they finished counting, their bodies trembled. Damn, there were 20 of them. Moreover, all of them were at the 7th tier of the profound death realm. That wasn't the point. The point was that there were more after the 20 battle corpses walked out. There were 20 of them at one time, so there were 40 of them at 2 times. How was this going to end? Bai Ming and the others were pale with fright, but Yi Xian's eyes were wide open. This was an opportunity for him. With so many battle corpses, it was enough for him to break through to the 6th tier of the profound death realm. Old Tree could also break through to the 8th tier of the profound death realm. It was a blessing. However, Yi Xian still didn't know what was in the coffin. That was what he was most afraid of. I don't care what you are. When I break through, I'll kill you even if you're the 9th tier of the profound death realm. Yi Xian widened his eyes and charged forward. The feast of slaughter had begun. Old Tree and Wei Zhentian immediately obeyed and attacked. The latter even activated the sword storm. Crack! While they were killing the battle corpses, the lid of the coffin moved down a little. Yi Xian reckoned that it wasn't Qi Xianyue in the coffin, but something was sealed inside. Now, that something was breaking through the seal. Therefore, he still had time. Kill with all your might. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and activated the dark night sky curtain. The palace instantly darkened. With the eye of revelation, he could instantly find the enigmatic birth bead inside the battle corpses. With his 5th tier of the profound Death Realm cultivation, he could instantly shatter the enigmatic birth bead if he attacked with all his might. Kacha! Swish! Yi Xian darted behind the nearest battle corpse and stabbed his sword into its shoulder, shattering the enigmatic birth bead. Then, he viciously chopped off the battle corpse's head. Since the battle corpse was already dead, he could use the enigmatic birth bead to recover after chopping off its head. Therefore, it was best to destroy the enigmatic birth bead first. One battle corpse increased Yi Xian's strength by 10%. Not bad. While he was killing the battle corpses, he was also searching for the location of the enigmatic birth bead for the old tree and Wei Zhentian. Their cooperation was perfect, and the number of battle corpses was rapidly reduced. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent continued to increase, and so did the killing feast. At the same time, his cultivation level also continued to increase as he devoured the battle corpses. 50%, 1%, 5%, 2%, the killing feasts increased rapidly. When Yi Xian killed the 23rd battle corpse, he finally heard a system notification. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the 6th tier of the profound Death Realm. At this moment, his killing feast's increase had reached 5%. Furthermore, it was 5% of his original strength after the breakthrough. However, the stone coffin was already over half opened. Finish it quickly, Yi Xian shouted in his heart. At this moment, he did not have the time to see what was inside the stone coffin. It was more important to increase his strength as soon as possible. This time, there were a total of 40 battle corpses, and all of them were at the 7th profound Death Realm. Fortunately, they were only at the 7th profound Death Realm. If they were at the 8th profound Death Realm, he would be doomed. Ding! Host killing intent has increased. When the last battle corpse was killed, Yi Xian's increase had already increased by 3 times. At this moment, Yi Xian had just devoured all the battle corpses that he had just collected. Ding! Ash Spirit has made a breakthrough. Currently at the 8th profound Death Realm. Yi Xian had just made the old tree make a breakthrough. Otherwise, those battle corpses would have increased to the 8th profound Death Realm. Then, it would be difficult to kill them. After all, their experience had nothing to do with their level. Kacha! Coincidentally, the lid of the stone coffin was completely opened. It was directly blown away by a breath of profound death chi. Chapter 1499. At this moment, an armored arm suddenly extended from the sarcophagus. Following that, a man in dark gray armor slowly stood up from the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was surrounded by an enormous amount of mysterious death energy. Even if Old Tree were charged in, he would most likely die instantly. The armored man was very tall, reaching 2 meters. His entire body was covered by the dark gray armor, and his face could not be seen clearly. When he stood up, the mysterious death energy was suddenly absorbed into his body. Following that, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. 7th tier profound Death Realm. 8th tier profound Death Realm. 9th tier profound Death Realm. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 9th tier of profound Death Realm. Furthermore, he had reached the peak of the 9th tier of profound Death Realm. Holy *T. What the hell is this? Yi Xian was terrified. With his eye of revelation, he saw that the thing in the armor was not a body, but a skeleton. What is this? Skeletal King. Just as Yi Xian was surprised, Ban Ming exclaimed. The Skeletal King was also a type of exotic beast, but it was very special. It was a combination of bones and rocks. It was very rare and very difficult to deal with. Now, he had encountered a Skeletal King at the peak of the 9th tier of profound Death Realm. He did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Yi Xian was not confident that he could kill the Skeletal King. If he had Unicorn, he should be able to. Unfortunately, he had used Unicorn on Qi Tianrui. If only he had kept it. At this moment, Old Tree could not wait to attack, as he had been killed by the Skeletal King once. Waning Flame. Bang! Old Tree's punch landed on the skeletal king's helmet. However, it only made its head lower slightly. It did not break through its defense. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of mysterious death energy gushed out from the helmet. Old Tree was once again in trouble. However, this time, Old Tree was at the 8th tier of Profound Death Realm. Although the mysterious death energy corroded quickly, the immortal phoenix bloodline in Old Tree's body was able to extinguish it. It seemed that the skeletal king was not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, Xianxia now had a threefold amplification, and Bladestorm also had this amplification. Kill him. Xianxia immediately gave the order to Wei Zhentian. However, in the next moment, Wei Zhentian was stunned. What? You want me to subdue it? Xianxia was stunned. This skeleton king seemed to be quite powerful. Furthermore, Xianxia had a lot of loot boxes, so it would be fine to take one. However, the key question was how to collect them. That was a monster at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Death stage. Even the best contract would not work. Xianxia subconsciously glanced over and realized that it wasn't impossible. There's actually a master servant contract that can be exchanged with Devour points. Xianxia was shocked. Previously, he had used Devour crystals to exchange for them. Now, he had never thought that he would be able to use Devour points to exchange for them. Furthermore, this master servant contract was extremely overbearing. It could force the other party to enter into a contract, and the upper limit was the host level 3. In other words, Xianxia happened to be able to tame this skeleton king. All right, Wei Zhentian, I'll take you in as a follower this time. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He did not hesitate to spend 1 Devour point to exchange for the master servant contract. At this moment, the skeleton king's body trembled slightly. Then a shocking scene happened. There were so many corpses on the ground, but it started to move and crawl up. Heavens, this skeleton king has the will of death. Bai Ming exclaimed again. The will of death. Xianxia had encountered it once before, and that was when he was born from the immortal corpse king in the land of the dead. Xianxia still remembered that when he killed the immortal corpse king, an eye of death appeared and absorbed the will of death. Not only that, but it also almost killed him. If Mini Sky Dragon had not sensed it, he would have lost 2 of his doppelgangers. It's indeed a good loot. All right, I'll subdue you. When Wei Zhentian said that just now, Xianxia was a little reluctant. After all, it was just 1 Devour point. But now he had made up his mind. A good loot could bring him a lot of convenience. As long as a few skills appeared, he would be able to redeem them and get Devour points. 1 Devour point was not a loss. Whoosh! A red array appeared under Xianxia's feet. At the same time, a similar array appeared under the Skeleton King's feet. Begin the contract. This master-servant contract was a little coercive, so the Skeleton King was very resistant. It directly let the resurrected corpses pounce on Xianxia. Xianxia could not move now. Fortunately, there were people guarding him. Die, all of you! The old tree directly attacked and burned all the corpses near Xianxia to ashes. This time, the process of forming the contract was a little slow. It lasted for a full 10 seconds. During these 10 seconds, Bai Ming and the others were stunned. Xianxia was actually subduing the Skeleton King. That was 3 realms higher than him. Before they could recover from their shock, the array disappeared. Immediately, Xianxia heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Skeleton King subdued successfully. The 4th loot, Skeleton King. Before Xianxia could rejoice, he heard the 2nd system prompt. Ding! The Skeletal Monarch can become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. After becoming a lifelong treasure, the Skeletal Monarch and Wei Zhentian can share the same level and bloodline as other lifelong treasures. Furthermore, the Skeletal Monarch and Wei Zhentian's strength will double when fighting together. Hearing this, Xianxia was a little shocked. This Skeleton King could become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. Wasn't that a little brother? A little brother could share the level and bloodline of the big brother. When the 2 of them fight together, the strength of both sides will be doubled. Holy **T. No wonder Wei Zhentian wanted Xianxia to tame the Skeleton King. It turned out that it was so awesome. This time, He was really in luck. At that moment, Yi Xian agreed to let the Skeleton King become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. Just the attributes of the treasure alone saved Yi Xian some Devour points. In this way, the Skeleton King would be immortal like Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Ding! Skeleton King has become Wei Zhentian's lifelong treasure. The system prompted again. However, this was not all good, because Yi Xian saw that the Skeleton King's level was directly reduced to the 7th tier of Profound Death Realm, the same level as Wei Zhentian. After all, Wei Zhentian was the big brother. How could a little brother surpass his big brother? However, Yi Xian did not care so much. He said in his mind, Skeleton King, your nickname will be Ribbone. Follow Wei Zhentian. The Skeleton King could not speak, but its two ghostly fire-like eyes flickered twice. Come, let's combine, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian and the Skeleton King. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly turned into a 1 meter wide and 3 meters long greatsword. Chapter 1500. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the fusion was simple, there were some changes to the Skeletal King's armor. The dark gray armor suddenly glowed with a demonic luster, and its aura suddenly doubled. Indeed, its combat strength had increased. Moreover, Yi Xian had the Unicorn Deterrent skill, which doubled the attributes of the target. It was simply godly. Come, old tree, let's have a fight, Yi Xian said to old tree. TSK. Little Tion actually has underlings. Let me have a go at you guys. Old tree's eyes lit up, and he instantly flashed behind the Skeletal King. When he launched a sneak attack on the Skeletal King was at the peak of 9th tier Profound Death Realm. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he was also affected by the Profound Death Chi. This time, the Skeletal King had fallen to 7th tier Profound Death Realm. He wondered what would happen. Boom! Old Tree threw a punch at the back of the Skeletal King. Even with his full strength, he still could not break through the Skeletal King's defense. The Skeletal King's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, it stepped forward with its right foot, turned around quickly, and swung its sword. The heaven-shaking greatsword was extremely powerful. It directly cut the old tree into two. Its speed had exceeded the old tree's reaction time. With the Unicorn Deterrent skill, Wei Zhentian and the Skeletal King could double their combat strength. In addition to the effect of their lifetime treasure, their combat strength had increased by 3 times. The Skeletal King was originally known for its defense. Now that all of its attributes had increased, its defense had reached an astonishing level. In addition to the immortal Phoenix bloodline, it was like an unkillable cockroach. Even the old tree, who was a tier higher than them, did not gain any advantage. He was even cut in half at the waist. That sword seemed ordinary, but in fact, it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yi Xian estimated that even a 9th tier Profound Death Realm expert would not be able to take it head-on. Fortunately, Old Tree also had the immortal Phoenix bloodline, so he quickly recovered. Profit. What a huge profit. Yi Xian was so overjoyed that he forgot to look at the Skeletal Monarch skill. He quickly collected his thoughts and looked at it. The Skeletal Monarch had a total of 4 skills: Elegy of Souls, Undying Battle Soul, Grip of the Underworld, and Evil Descends. Elegy of Souls was a passive skill. As long as Yi Xian and the Skeletal Monarch killed a player, the Elegy of Souls would stack up and increase the Skeletal Monarch's combat power by a percentage. Under the Elegy of Souls, there was an active skill called Army of the Dead, which consumed a large amount of souls. This was the effect of the Will of Death, which resurrected corpses to do battle. The higher the number of souls, the higher the Skeletal Monarch's attributes would be. Once he used the Undead Army, the Elegy of Souls attributes would decrease. The Undying Battle Souls explanation was simple. It doubled the Skeletal Monarch's attributes and could be used once a day. Grip of the Underworld was a powerful control skill. It could be used once a day to grab someone in front of it. Evil Descends was an aura skill. As long as the Skeletal Monarch was present, Yi Xian, Wei Zhentian, and the Old Tree would have their speed and recovery increased. These are the 4 skills of the Skeletal Monarch. In addition, there was also a fusion skill that would appear after it merged with Wei Jintian. Sky-shattering meteor slash. Needless to say, this skill was a powerful attack skill. Moreover, it did not have a cooldown. It was similar to Unicorn's Descent, which required Yi Xian to consume ores or weapons to recover. At the same time, under the fusion state, the Undying Battle Soul's attributes would increase, which would also affect Wei Jintian. If activated, the Skeletal Monarch and Wei Jintian would be able to exhibit 4 times their combat power. It could only be described as terrifying. Haha, I really got the wrong item this time. This is too good. Yi Xian could not help but laugh a few times. Only rare and precious treasures would have skills after being subdued. Not only did the Skeletal Monarch have skills, but it also had many of them. It was very practical. If the Elegy of Souls was stacked, the Skeletal Monarch's combat power would be extremely powerful. The reason why the corpses suddenly came to life was the effect of the Army of the Dead. However, after the Skeletal Monarch was subdued, the Army of the Dead could still be used. It was not bad. Since they're already dead, let them rest in peace. Yi Xian ordered the ribs. Plop, plop, plop. Without a leader, the walking corpses fell to the ground one by one. This trip to the Mystic Moon Tomb was indeed a good one. Not only had his strength increased significantly, he had even subdued such an awesome monster. If he could have such a handsome monster following behind him when he went shopping in the future, he would definitely be able to look cool. Young master, you have made a big profit this time. I reckon that if we were to fight, I am afraid that I would not be able to defeat them. Old Tree could not help but laugh. He was at the 8th tier of the Profound Death Realm, but he could not defeat the Skeletal Monarch at the 7th tier of the Profound Death Realm. It was embarrassing. However, now that the Skeletal Monarch and Wei Jintian were in a merged state, both of their attributes had doubled. It was normal that he could not defeat them. If they were to disintegrate, it would be hard to say who would win if the Old Tree and the Skeletal Monarch fought one-on-one again. Ribs, why are you in this sarcophagus? Where's the owner of this tomb? Yi Xian asked. The Skeletal Monarch could not speak, but it could communicate with Yi Xian through voice transmission like Wei Jintian. Of course, only Yi Xian, the owner, could understand what it was saying. Oh, you're saying that you jumped levels and fought one-on-one with that monster, but you were unexpectedly captured by her. She wanted to subdue you, but you were unwilling to submit. So you were sealed here? Yi Xian immediately understood. The monster that the Skeletal Monarch mentioned was the owner of the Mystic Moon Tomb, Qi Xianyue, who was also the sister of the reincarnator Qi Tianrue. Yi Xian previously thought that this was an inheritance left behind by Qi Xianyue, but it turned out that it was nothing. If an ordinary person entered this place, not only would they not gain any benefits, they would also be killed and die here. However, this was a huge benefit for Yi Xian. All right, I will definitely kill that monster when I see her in the future and avenge you. Yi Xian nodded at the Skeletal Monarch. The latter hated Qi Xianyue to the bone. After all, she had been sealed here for thousands of years. Congratulations, my lord. Bai Ming and the others immediately came up to him with a fawning expression. They thought that they were dead for sure, but they did not expect that such a powerful Skeletal Monarch would be subdued by Yi Xian. It was simply a miracle. The Skeletal Monarch, who was at the peak of the 9th tier of the Profound Death Realm, was probably not inferior to a Samsara Realm expert. Yi Xian had gained a powerful combat force by subduing it. Haha, thank you. Yi Xian was in a good mood. However, at this moment, a powerful aura of death suddenly spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble.